let's see what we need to put on the record before we bring the jury in.
Yes, Your Honor. The first issue that was raised yesterday, or one of the issues that was raised yesterday, were the pictures of the victim at the scene, what will ultimately be my exhibit number 28. There were a few pictures there that Your Honor had deemed admissible and Ms. Perry was objecting to. I had a chance to go home last night, look at those pictures, compare them against the autopsy photos. I just got rid of all of those pictures that were objected to in Exhibit 28. So all that's left are pictures that were not objected to.
Okay, all right, so then we don't need to put anything on the record. Make sure you take a look when they hand them to you, whatever time, that there's not something that slipped through the cracks, but appreciate that.
We looked at them this morning.
Excellent, excellent.
Then there was what will be Exhibit 34, the 3 pictures of the hangar. That is the pretrial motion that was denied. Those pictures you said were coming in, so those are still all, but they're now officially 34A, B, and C.
Excellent.
And then finally, what will be exhibit number 59, the autopsy photos. Your Honor kept some, got rid of others. And actually, I think Ms. Perry wrote the list down, so if she would just read the 7 pictures.
That's correct, Your Honor. We're maintaining our objections to exhibits 59D as it's duplicative of C, E as it's duplicative of C, and has exposure to the chest with no injury showing other than that which is shown in other photos. 59H, which is duplicative of G and I, 59I, which is duplicative of G and H, 59M, which is duplicative of K and N, and shows no injury, 59P, which is an exposure of the chest that doesn't show anything relevant or any additional injury, and 59S, which is an exposure of the buttocks and shows rigor mortis, not any injury, and seems to be duplicative of Q.
So it sounds like and we went through them all, and so I'm abiding by my decisions yesterday as I had them all laid out in front of me. But the legal basis is cumulative and relevance, as to some.
And of course, the gruesome nature, which some gruesome photos are allowed, but in this cumulative nature, the gruesomeness is also an objectionable basis.
Okay. All right. Same ruling. So we've got on the record the ones that you objected to, but I'm denying that objection.
We have 5 witnesses slated for this morning. I have another at least 4 or 5 slated for this afternoon. I'm hoping to get through 10.
Okay, that's perfect. I'm going to tell them I'd like to let them, since it is election day, I'm not going to ask them whether they voted or haven't voted yet, but my plan is just to err on the side of caution to conclude court today at 5 for everyone who might need to get to the polls by 7.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'll let them know that. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get the jury. Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning and welcome back. It's nice to see all of your bright, shining faces again this morning. Couple of things. Well, first of all, I need to ask you, by show of hands, was anyone exposed to any reports about this case outside of the courtroom, either through media, social media, conversation? Anyone say anything to you about this case, by show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect that there are no hands. The other thing, we're going to follow generally the same schedule with a morning break, a lunch break, an afternoon break, and I'm going to get you out of here at least by 5 o'clock because today is a very important day. It is election day. I do not want to know whether you have voted, you haven't voted. You should vote if you're registered. I did. I can't wear it on my robe, but I have it on under my shirt. But I want to give everybody, including staff and personnel, an opportunity. I believe that the polls close at 7. So I think that if we conclude court by 5, everybody should be all right. What I will offer to you is, if someone thinks that you need more time, that you need to get out of here in order to vote, please let the bailiff know, and I will accommodate. We will break earlier if someone absolutely needs that. All right, so we are going to get started, and I'm going to ask the state to please call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state, we call Deputy Brian Polito.
Deputy Polito. Deputy Polito, good morning and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. Wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Perfect. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is fully adjustable. You may proceed, Mr. Dirks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Brian Polito. I'm a canine handler and trainer with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
All right, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm in my 22nd year full-time.
Of that time, how long have you been a canine handler?
Since 2013, so what, 8 years now? 9 years?
Most of us probably understand what a canine handler is, but why don't you go ahead and explain it to all of us so that we're clear on that.
I'm assigned actually 2 dogs. I've got my patrol dog, and then I have my bloodhound. We respond to all calls with my patrol dog, felony, in progress stuff to track people. We do article searches. He's also a narcotics dog. Champ, the bloodhound, is strictly a scent-specific tracking dog. And when he finds somebody, he doesn't bite them. It's just to find them. I also help out and assist with training the new handlers and the new dogs.
All right, I want to find out a little bit about the training of specifically Champ, your bloodhound.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the process of training Champ to be able to do what Champ does.
When I received Champ, he was 16 months old, was a house dog, got him from a rescue. When I got Champ, we started training him just like we train all the dogs as far as tracking, except for he is scent specific. So we train them to track specifically a certain scent, not the freshest odor like the patrol dogs do. We just start out with short tracks with an odor. Whoever is going to be running the track for us, we get them to put a towel or something underneath their shirt where they get good and sweaty and smelly. And it's just very short tracks, and then you just work up to longer tracks. That's what we did here at the Sheriff's Office. And then I apologize, I don't remember, probably 8 months after I got Champ, I went to Tallahassee, and the Jimmy Rice Foundation puts on a tracking school up there, and I went through that. It was a week-long school, with other trainers from all over, civilian search and rescue trainers and other law enforcement.
And so Champ was with you during that experience? as
Oh,
well?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, you've told us about the experience you had with Champ, and you told us about how Champ worked up with a specific scent. So then you were able to, I presume, then you were able to corroborate or verify that Champ was able to do what you were wanting Champ to do. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, since you, does Champ live with you?
Yes, sir.
Since Champ has been on duty, can you give us any estimation as to how many different times Champ has been asked to follow a specific scent?
For a call or call and training combined?
Let's talk about calls.
Okay, for calls, we've had at least 100 deployments. Yeah.
And when you have those deployments or in the training, is there some way that you can observe Champ to determine whether or not Champ is on the scent of a specific scent?
It's a good guess. Yes, I mean he does have some signs that he shows, and the main one is his tail. When his tail is up and high, he's tracking. There's no doubt he's tracking. As his tail gets down lower, once he gets about straight to below, usually he'll just stop at that point and let me know. So I'm, yeah.
All right. All right, so you've told us now that Champ, as opposed to your other dog, is scent specific.
Yes, sir.
So if I understand what you're telling me, there is a specific identifiable scent that you put Champ on and ask Champ to follow that scent if there's a follow.
Yes, sir. So like example, if you went missing, I like shoes. Shoes have a lot of odor to them, obviously. I would get that shoe from you. Hopefully no one else has touched it. If they have, then I would hopefully have that person there so that I could eliminate them. I would let Champ smell them. I put that article inside of a bag. Sometimes if it's just been left there, we just leave it there. Let him walk around and do his business to relax a little bit for 3 or 4 minutes whenever I get there, and then I present that article to him. So he's getting that scent is what I'm looking for, and then send him on his way.
All right, you mentioned that you let him relax and do his business, whatever that is. That's a routine that Champ follows?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. With that background, I want to take you back to the early morning hours of May 28, 2022. Were you asked to assist fellow deputies along with Champ in an attempt to follow a scent in the area around Lithia Pinecrest, somewhere around Kite Ridge?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us about that. Tell us what information or articles you were provided. Walk us through the process after you received that request.
When I got there, I met with a lieutenant over at the scene who advised me that out on Lithia Pinecrest Road, someone, and I don't know who, but there was a drop of blood found, so that's where they needed me to go and start at. So I drove around Lithia Pinecrest, got out there, met with the deputy there who advised where the blood was at. I believe crime scene come over right after that and took a portion of that, whatever they did, but they did leave me enough on the leaf that I could still see it. I retrieved Champ. I let him walk around and do his business for a minute. Walked him up, put his nose down by the leaf, and told him to check, which is what I always do whenever I'm giving him the scent article. His word is check. I'm asking him to smell it, and and then find him. Is the command to, all right, let's go find that scent.
And do you mentioned that there was a leaf involved. Do you remember that maybe there was some sort of a business card or some other article there which identified the specific leaf that you were going to be working
Yes, sir.
with?
I believe it was a business card. It was a small piece of paper. I believe it was a business card, though.
All right. Then you went through the process. Champ did his business, and you told Champ to check. Did Champ react to that scent in any way?
Yes, sir. He started to go, when I presented it to him, the leaf was in the ditch. There's a wood line, a lot of brush facing it. Obviously don't know which way the person who had the odor is gone. So I faced him towards the wood line, presented the blood leaf to him. He made a right-hand turn, went, 5-10 feet, turned around and started heading east. East on Lithia Pinecrest.
And as Champ went down Lithia Pinecrest, did Champ follow a straight line? Was there any deviation? Do you recall anything about that?
He did. He was steady, straight on it, tail up. At one point, he did go up towards Lithia Pinecrest. I believe, I can't remember it without seeing it again, but I believe he made a left turn and then just a circle and then came right back down to the ditch line and ran back east again, continued back east again.
All right. So then you described that there was a turn involved. Is there any way for you to determine, based upon your experience with Champ, what could have caused that deviation or that turn?
Either the person went up that way to the road and then came back down, or we're alongside the road, you've got your trees, it's a ditch with vehicles going by, you've got wind from those vehicles. Odors are very light, obviously, and that wind could be moving that odor around. It could be coming off of the wood line, pushing back up with vehicles going by. It could be sucking that wind back up there. Maybe at that point is where he just got it and he came up to the fringe of the odor and came back down. Or again, like I said, maybe the person went up to the road and then when they came back, that's why he came back down.
Okay, so you described Champ going down the ditch along Lithia Pinecrest.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall approximately how far Champ went along that general path before doing anything different?
Before he went up to the road or just okay,
the entire path? Tell us about
the
that.
entire, maybe 50, 60 yards.
Okay,
Yeah.
and after those 60 yards or so, 50, 60 yards, what happened?
He cut up into the wood line, maybe 15 feet or so as I was behind him, because I usually run with a 21-foot lead, and I probably had 15 feet out on that tracking lead. When he cut up into the wood line there, I was probably about, like I said, 15 feet behind him, and then that's whenever I saw what I believed to be blood all on the side of a tree. It would be on the west side of the tree. At that point, I held Champ up and didn't let him go any further. He was kind of out of my sight and then came back into my sight because he was already up in the woods about 15 feet from me. I pulled him back out at that point.
And why did you pull Champ out at that point?
With that amount of what I believed to be blood there, and then the other canine handler that was running with me, he found another spot of blood, we believe to be blood, on the other side of the tree, be on the east side of the tree. With that amount, I felt pretty certain that the person that was losing that blood was nearby. Champ is not an apprehension dog. Champ has no way to defend himself, and I don't send him in on somebody who might be armed or who's going to hurt him or anything like that. So I stopped him, pulled him out, and Deputy Hall was following in his patrol vehicle, which he's also a canine handler. I pulled Champ out and asked Kalen, Deputy Hall, at that point if he would get his patrol dog, which is an apprehension dog, and come down and let him finish from that point on, and obviously unless we got something different that we needed the bloodhound for again.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you went out to that scene or sometime thereafter, another canine handler was also at the scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir. There was three of us. Deputy Hall and Deputy Caban, who was actually walking with me and found the blood on the other side.
So the decision was made first to deploy Champ before any other dog.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. After you explained to us that after you pulled Champ back after making the observations, and first of all, can you give us an idea of the general proximity of those suspected red spots or blood in relation to the woods, the tree line that you're talking about?
The tree that I saw was right at the edge, maybe 8 to 10 feet in. Not far. It was right at the edge is where that tree was at.
Were there other deputies in addition to the canine handlers which are also in that same area while you were doing your work?
Yes, sir. There was one other deputy, and I apologize, I don't remember his name, but he was there. There was another patrol unit there.
All right, and we're at the point now where you pulled Champ back.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to let Champ in that area, in the wooded area. Do you recall whether there was any police radio traffic or communication with any other aspects or parts of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office investigative team that reacted and was participating in the investigation at that point?
At that point, I believe I'm the one who initiated it. I'd have to listen to it again, but I called aviation to come over and check that wood line to see if they had any hot spots, if they could see anything in there. Obviously, before we go sending our people in or sending the dogs in, just to give us a heads up. And they advised when they got there that they saw a small heat signature just inside the wood line from where I was standing at, which, guesstimation probably 40, 50 feet from where I was standing.
Okay. All right, so you're talking about a heat signature, and I'll get into another deputy with that, but it's your understanding that the Air Service is equipped with equipment that could possibly assist in identifying heat areas.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right, and do you recall whether or not Air Service complied or answered that request?
Yes, sir, they did. Like I said, they notified us that they saw a small hot spot there. They couldn't, from what I remember, they couldn't identify it, but it's very heavily wooded right there, a lot of bushes, so I'm sure that inhibits them a little bit. But
Deputy Hall's dog then took over, is that correct?
yes, sir. I put Champ away, and then Deputy Hall got curfew out.
Do you recall whether anyone was apprehended in the vicinity of that area of the suspected hotspot?
Yes, sir. I did not go into the woods with them. I stayed on the outside in the ditch line. I believe it was Deputy Caban and Deputy Hall that went in there. I don't remember if the other deputy went in with them or not. They weren't in the wood line for 30 seconds, and they made contact with someone who was laying in the grass inside that wood line.
So were you there when that happened?
I was outside. I wasn't there to see it when it happened, but I was 30, 40 feet away.
At some point, were you close enough to identify the person that was apprehended from those.
When I was standing there, they walked this person out, and that's whenever I first observed them. Yes.
And can you identify that person?
Yes, sir. I mean,
Is the person that was apprehended in the courtroom today?
yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay. Would you point to him and describe his location or his clothing so that we can all be clear as to who you're referring to?
There's 3 people that are facing me at that desk. He's the one in the center.
With the dark rimmed glasses?
Yes, with the dark rimmed glasses, white shirt, blue tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that Deputy Polito has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, we're at the point towards the apprehension. Did you play any other part in this investigation?
No, sir, I did not.
Was your deputy's uniform equipped with a recording device, that is a video recording device where it recorded what was going on during the relevant times of this investigation?
Yes, sir. Right there, and it was in that exact same spot on this exact same vest.
And have you had an opportunity to review the recording of the relevant portions of that work that you and Champ did leading up to the apprehension of the defendant before coming in here to court today?
Yes, sir.
And does that video recording regarding those relevant portions fairly and accurately depict what happened on the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me show you what has been marked as exhibit number 23. Take a look at number 23 and any markings on 23 and tell me if you can identify it.
Yes, sir. That's the one I launched.
And is that the video of what occurred on the morning of May 28, 2022 that you testified about?
Yes, sir.
No, the state office exhibit number 23.
Any objection?
No objection.
23 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish this video?
You may publish.
Thank you.
Was that so coming up? Whoa, right here, line flood right here. Hold the station. Come here, I got 10 of it right here on the side of the street, too. Look, right here. Yep. I'm looking around here. Hey, Cameron, come on, where you at? Who's running the show over there at the front end? We started tracking with the hound, down maybe 100 yards with that. On the right-hand side, we got a lot of blood over here. Just let you know what we got so far. We get somebody got it like this. Good job, Chambers. See this tree right here? This big oak tree, or the big oak tree, on the other side of it, there's just as much blood. That's what I'm thinking. What's that? No, because it's going to distract them, honestly. Yeah, this, I think you can back up inside. I think it's right inside here somewhere.
Okay, Deputy, earlier on in that video, there was some traffic, or there's some conversation. Was a portion of that traffic or conversation with the air service above?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I had asked if they had called aviation yet, and then they said yes.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you very much, Deputy Fleet.
Yes, sir.
Oh. I'm sorry, there's an additional video.
That's right.
No objection.
Okay. Was this part of the? It's already admitted.
It is.
Okay.
All right, that concludes the video. I have no further questions, Deputy Police. I'll pass this to Sean.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Canine Champ can only track the one scent that you have him sniff, right?
That's what I'm asking him to.
So if
Yes.
there was a second or a third person who had been going through those same woods, he wouldn't be tracking that because you wouldn't have had him sniff their blood or any of their scent, right?
He shouldn't be.
Okay. And he didn't here. He only tracked the one scent of the blood that you had him sniff, right?
To my knowledge, he led me from one blood spot to the next.
Okay. Now, once you got to that large amount of blood, there was enough on two separate spots that you actually thought we might be near somebody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you pulled out Champ, for his
Yes.
own safety, because you don't know what you're going to run into, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know you were off putting Champ away, but you did in fact see Matthew Terry being taken out at some point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw that he actually had to be sort of held up by another deputy and walked out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He had blood on him.
What I believe to be blood. Yes, ma'am.
He was injured.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was staggering and had to be helped to the ground by that other deputy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
question for you, just because in the video it looks like it was bright and well lit. This was very dark, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You couldn't even see feet in front of you, right?
Well, there are some street lights down there, so it's a little bit illuminated, but it's not bright like in this courtroom at all.
Okay. And it was dark enough that you couldn't see the person who ended up being Matthew Terry just feet in front of you when you had Champ out there, right?
Correct, because that was way off the road in the woods, and there are no lights inside there. And you could see by the video where my flashlight was actually shining at, right
Sure.
there. That's as far as I could see.
And you all the officers out there had to use flashlights to try to get some illumination in those woods.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the roadway, Lithia Pinecrest. That is a large, well-traveled road, right?
It's a 2-lane road, and yeah, it's pretty heavily traveled.
Thank you.
Yes,
Nothing
ma'am.
further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Excused, released, I mean? Released, and defense released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Polito. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time, and I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Deputy Robert Bateman.
Robert Bateman. Deputy Bateman, good morning and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir, I do. Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Would you please identify yourself and introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bateman, work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
All right, and what is your assignment with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am a tactical flight deputy assigned to the aviation unit.
And give us an idea what a tactical flight assistant is.
So a tactical flight deputy, we are the camera operator, radio operator, the floodlight operator. We operate all the equipment, we just don't fly.
All right, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
24 years.
And of those 24 years, how many of those years have you been a tactical flight assistant?
Year and a half.
All right, you mentioned that there are different functions or duties or responsibilities that you have with the Air Service. I want to find out what sort of equipment that is it a helicopter that you fly?
Yes, sir.
What sort of equipment is on the helicopter which assists you with the investigations?
So we have police radios, we have a FLIR camera system, and then we also have what they call a sunspot or a spotlight.
You mentioned the FLIR system. What is that?
That's a forward-looking infrared camera system.
All right, tell us what that is, how it assists you in investigations, what does it detect? Explain that to us.
So a FLIR camera system has the ability to detect temperature changes in objects. It's able to take images and paint them in what we call grayscale, from black being cold to being white being hot. So it's able to determine temperatures, and then it paints that picture for us.
And when you say black means cold, white means hot, I presume that they're colder than what, hotter than what? Well, how does it detect heat and cold?
So the camera itself is a thermal type camera. So what it does is when you're looking through the camera at an image, it can detect the heat differences in objects. So up to 0.001 Celsius difference in all objects. So based on all the temperatures that it can see, it paints a picture based on that. So you can see foliage, you can see grass, you can see cars, houses, anything like that. You can see people, but it's all based on their temperature and how they radiate temperature from.
All right. So assume a person is walking down the side of the road. Will that person appear on the FLIR system? Can you recognize that?
Yes, you can. That person would, as long as his temperature is hotter than the ambient temperature or the surrounding temperatures around that individual.
So it compares the ambient temperature with whatever object you're interested
Correct.
in. It can detect differences in temperature of, let's say, a portion of blood, some blood. Can it detect that?
If the blood was fresh, it could detect the temperature for sure. Again, it's all about the temperature. So if the blood was fresh, yes, you could see that. It wouldn't indicate as being red on the camera, but it would indicate as being closer to like a white color because of the temperature.
So if the blood started out at 98.6 degrees, it eventually would cool down to the ambient temperature.
Correct. It would be a little harder to see.
I guess water is the same way?
Correct. Water would be the same way. Like if you were to look at a body of water, a pond or a lake, it would indicate probably to be more hot looking because the sun has been shining on it most of the day unless it was a cloudy day or very, very overcast for a long period of time.
And were you trained in the operation of the FLIR camera system?
So we do an in-house program, and I also attended a tactical flight deputy program or an officer program.
All right, with that background, I want to draw your attention to May of this year, specifically shortly after midnight, the early morning hours of May 28th, Saturday, May 28th, 2022. Were you on duty during that day?
Yes. Yep. I was the flight crew that evening. We worked 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And do you have a partner who's a pilot that works with you?
I do. Pilot Feller. Emmanuel Feller is the pilot.
And both you and Emmanuel Feller were working that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall being requested to assist in any way in an investigation that was ongoing in the area of Lithia Pinecrest Road, around Kite Ridge, in the Lithia, near the Fishhawk area?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how you first became involved in that investigation.
So the initial call to us was a person down call. We initially flew out to the call. They weren't sure what they had at the time. I want to say we flew out maybe around 1 a.m. in the morning. Flew out, arrived on scene. We stayed a very short amount of time, maybe 20 minutes or so. They finally released us. They just weren't sure what they had or what to look for. So we left and then went back to the hangar.
So were you asked to employ the FLIR system at that point?
We did, but we did a broad search of the area, the surrounding neighborhoods, looking to see if we could see anybody walking around in the neighborhoods, something that maybe stood off, a vehicle that might have been parked somewhere.
Did you note anything?
At that time, no, sir.
I presume when you got there that there were other emergency and or law enforcement personnel in the area?
Yes, sir, there were.
All right, you said you were there for a very short period of time. After you were there and they told you they didn't know what they were looking for, where did you go? What did you do?
We left and went back to the hangar.
Was there any point in time later on that same morning where you again were requested to go back in the air in that same general area?
Yes, sir.
And based upon the communications that you had with your fellow deputies, what was your understanding of the objective or what the request was at that time?
The request at that time was we were first notified to come back out because they were bringing a bloodhound out with a canine handler. And they would like us to assist the handler.
All right, so did you have any preparation that you wanted to do or had to do in as a result of that assist in the bloodhound?
So we were at the hangar, so we had to prepare ourselves as we normally would for any call and prepare, get the helicopter out of the hangar and get it started up and proceed towards that location. Flight time to there, approximately 8 minutes or so flight time, which is enough time to cool the camera down. The camera has to go into a cool down mode because of the temperatures that it works at. So it has to work extremely cold temperatures. So by the time we arrived on scene, the FLIR camera had come online and was able to be used at that point.
And so the FLIR camera gives you a signal or some sort of indication that the FLIR camera is ready to be operational.
That is correct.
So you're up in the air. The FLIR camera is working. Did you have any radio communications with your fellow deputies on the ground?
Had some brief radio communications with Deputy Polito that he had indicated that he was on Lithia Pinecrest Road, which was adjacent to Kite Ridge, and that he was out and had found possibly some blood in the area, and that his dog was alerting towards a wood line and wanted us to look inside the wood line to see if we could see anything before they entered the woods.
And did your visual equipment allow you to figure out where Deputy Polito was?
Yes. So we have a map system as well and an overlay. So we punch in the address and it basically takes us straight to the location. And then once we arrive on scene, I could see everybody through the FLIR camera. They were on the side of the Lithia Pinecrest, just in the grass area. There's some grass, and then there's a wooded area, and then the back of the houses off of Kite Ridge.
Okay, so now you're there in that area, and you have your FLIR system in place. What did you observe, if you recall?
So I was directed to search the wooded area between the houses in Lithia Pinecrest. After we made 1 or 2 orbits around that particular wooded area, I located what we call a hot spot, which is a spot that's white in color. So when you're looking through the image, you see topography such as trees, you see the grass, you see the ground, you see the road, you see the cars, and inside the wood line, there was an extremely white hot spot inside of there. So we circled a couple times, tried to get a better look at it, but the foliage was fairly thick from above. But we had indicated to let Deputy Polito know that I had a hot spot down there.
And you said you recognized the hot spot. Could you tell what created that hot spot?
No, I could not. Due to some of the foliage, it was kind of round in shape, but fairly large. I asked Deputy Polito if it potentially could be water down into that wooded area, if it was wet, because water will indicate as being hot. And he said no, it appeared to be dry. And at that point, I said, well, I definitely have a hot spot for you to check, and it's due west of you into the wood line.
All right. At the point that you saw that hot spot, and my question relates to how definite the image can be and what it could be or what it could not be. Based upon what you observed, could you determine what was the creation of that hot spot? So
in this particular case, I could not determine what it actually could have been. It was just a large round object. Didn't see any movement from the object. In some cases, you can fairly clearly see that it's a human or a dog or a cat or whatever it might be. It could be some possums or something like that. In this case, the object was just large, white, and kind of roundish in shape. And again, when I say roundish, there's foliage around that I can kind of see, so it kind of blocks my vision to totally see the image. but that's the best I could describe it as.
All right, so you relayed that information to your fellow deputies on the ground. Did you then maintain observation of that area to find out what, if anything, happened in relation to that hot spot that you described?
So I did. We stayed over top. We continued to orbit that particular area with visual of the hot spot. I could see the deputies moving through the wood line. Kind of guided them somewhat to the location, letting them know it was approximately 10 feet in front of them. At some point right there, they located something in the woods, and they put the station in like what we call an emergency status, and I think they requested EMS.
Now, does your helicopter have recording equipment where it records the events that you've described?
It does.
And have you reviewed a recording of the relevant portions of your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that recording yesterday?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification, State's Exhibit number 24. And ask you if you would take a look at Exhibit number 24, look at the markings, initials, anything like that, which can help you determine whether or not that's the video that you reviewed yesterday.
It is the video I reviewed. It's my initials and I dated it.
And does Exhibit number 24 accurately depict the relevant portions of what was going on concerning what you testified?
Yes, sir.
So you would offer number 24, Your Honor?
Any objection to 24?
No objection.
24 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish this Exhibit number 24?
Yes.
We're heading now. You talking about the woods where all the cars are right here? Yeah, pretty much flashing the flashlight at you right now. We're basically about near 1 o'clock. Yeah, the more at you, we're looking now. So, is it wet down in there? Do you know back? I don't think it is. This isn't too low right here. It's driving away, that's for sure. Alright, I definitely got a little hot spot down there. I just can't tell what it is. There's a ton of coverage with it. But it's like due west of where you guys are at. But I can't tell if it's wet, like water, like a little pool of water. Okay, hold on one second. Yeah, the tree cover's just a little too heavy for me to make out what it is. Could be water. Just hard to tell. Hey, we're gonna get one of the pipe dogs out and come on and the other company's just gonna go in and check it. It's gonna be taking the blood out in there. Alright, 10-4. Alright, we're fixing to go in the woods or something. Alright, 10-4. What I see is probably about 10 feet in front of you. Like I said, I'm not sure if it's water, but it's definitely hotter than everything else. Slight right turn as you're going in. Hold the station, hold the station. Hold the station. Looks like we got a laceration to the neck. Possibly to the chest.
All right, Deputy Polito, Deputy Bateman, you were talking with Deputy Polito. Was that your voice that was on the radio traffic that we heard?
My voice, I hear Deputy Polito's voice, and I think I hear Deputy Hall's voice as well.
Is, based upon your review of the video, the area that you directed the deputies on the ground, is that the same area where the person was apprehended?
Are we referring to the person that's in the wood line?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Deputy, I don't think I have any further questions. Thanks a lot. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
You indicated you were able to immediately go to the location because of GPS and other means to track exactly where you're supposed to go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were able to very quickly get to where the deputies were waiting to track with the canines.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you immediately went to that specific area, saw the hot spot that we saw on the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see anything better than what we can see on the screen?
My image looks a little better than that. That looked a little bright to me than what I was seeing.
Okay, but basically the size, the shapes, that's what you can see through the camera. It's not like you can see like we can see each other here in daylight.
No, ma'am. What you see there is what I see.
Could I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Your Honor, thank you.
Released.
Yes, Your Honor.
And released by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. And I'll ask the state to, you're welcome. You can call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Deputy Kalen Hall.
Kalen Hall. Deputy Hall, good morning and welcome. Good morning, Your Honor. You'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the seat, go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Deputy Kalen Hall. I'm a K-9 deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I've been employed since March of 2013.
And since you've been employed since 2013, what portion of that time were you a K-9 officer?
I took a voluntary demotion from detective back down to a deputy status in June of 2021, and I've been with my K-9 partner since early July of 2021.
Who's your K-9 partner?
K-9 Curfew?
That's K-U-R-F-E-W?
That's correct.
How long have you and Curfew been together?
Since the beginning of July of 2021.
Is that the first K-9 officer that you've been working with?
Yes, that's my first working K-9.
Okay. Tell me about the work experience that you have, the training of Curfew to equip Curfew to do his job.
We go through a basic 480-hour K-9 training school. On top of the basic patrol training, there's additional hours of training that's specific to explosive detection odors. He's a dual-purpose canine for patrol and explosive detection.
And so what different functions does curfew have as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office canine?
Canine curfew has the ability to detect explosive odors. His patrol function includes apprehension, area searches, building searches, tracking, and those are the main points.
Are you familiar with Deputy Polito and his dog Champ?
I am.
And are you familiar with the any differences in the capabilities or the training between your dog Curfew and Champ?
Yes.
Describe that for us, if you would, please.
Deputy Polito is one of our certified trainers, so he's responsible for assisting and training all current active handlers as well as new handlers. His bloodhound canine Champ is a scent-specific canine who is able to track missing persons, including adults, children, as well as endangered subjects or potential suspects. Scent-specific has the ability to track any length of time up from when it actually is placed on the ground, the odor that is, up to 48 hours. The patrol function for canine curfew, he is more fresh odor able to track, so the freshest odor that's there is what he's going to track, and his timeline can track up to about an hour and a half. So there's a big difference in timeline on how long the odor's been versus how good of ability each dog would have.
Okay, so as you mentioned, Champ is scent specific. That is a specific scent that dog is asked to follow.
Correct.
And you said that Curfew is not scent specific.
No, he has the ability to track the freshest odor that's remaining on the ground.
And were you and Curfew together and on duty on May 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked to assist in an investigation in the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022 in the general area of Lithia Pinecrest and Kite Ridge Drive?
Yes.
Tell us about how you became involved in that investigation.
I first responded to the scene initially just after 1 a.m. When the call was received. I got there to the scene much later than most of the patrol deputies. When I arrived on scene, I was tasked with conducting a neighborhood survey, trying to obtain any type of information that would assist detectives. After my brief involvement, I departed the scene and then was called back later around 3:45 in the morning.
All right. When you first arrived and you said about 1:01, Curfew was not involved in your part of that investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct. Canine curfew was not utilized during my first initial response. He wasn't used until we were called back much later in the morning.
All right. So then let's talk about that time much later in the morning. How did you become involved in the investigation later on?
The homicide detectives that were on scene developed investigative information where they contacted me and requested a bloodhound based off of, at that time, duty and timing that was permitting. There was no bloodhound that was on duty, so I had to contact our supervisor for approval. That request was approved by our supervisor, the canine supervisor, at which time I contacted Deputy Polito to respond out. Actually, the supervisor contacted Deputy Polito to respond out with his bloodhound.
And so both you with Curfew and Deputy Polito with Champ responded to that scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, tell me about what happened when the group of you were there as it relates to the canine responsibilities and assignments. What was decided?
Based off the extended timeline, several hours had passed since the initial incident. Deputy Polito deployed Canine Champ in an attempt to track the suspect at that time. And then I took a position of following behind Deputy Polito in my patrol vehicle with Canine Curfew still in the vehicle in case we needed to switch out dogs quickly if he were to encounter the suspect. The reason why we would do that is because, again, Canine Champ doesn't have the ability to apprehend, grab, bite, hold. He's not a patrol dog. He's just specifically there just for tracking. So if we needed to switch out dogs really quick, we could do that, and Canine Curfew would then be deployed to take over any patrol functions that would be needed.
Okay. So tell me about the sequence of events as it relates to the investigation, the deployment of the dogs. Walk us through that, if you would, please.
Deputy Polito and Canine Champ deployed at several blood spots that were found along a wood line that ran parallel to Lithia Pinecrest. He then began tracking in a southern direction along the wood line. After tracking for about 75 yards, I observed Deputy Polito and Canine Champ turn towards the wood line and begin to enter the woods, at which time they voiced via radio that they found a large pool of blood.
Okay, and after that announcement, then what happened in relation to you or Deputy Polito and Champ and Curfew?
The decision was made at that point that we'd switch out dogs in the case that we were to find the suspect who was believed to be armed. So after we switched out canines, or I deployed Canine Curfew, our aviation section was overhead and voiced over the radio that they believe that they located some type of heat signature in the wood line.
And after that announcement was made, what did you and Curfew do, if anything?
I brought Canine Curfew to the location where Canine Champ had stopped tracking, so we were to take over directly from that point. I placed Canine Curfew in a down position at the edge of the wood line, and I began to give a canine warning announcement into the woods for anybody that was inside the woods to respond, or he could potentially be bit by the dog.
All right, then after you did that, what was the next move that you and or Curfew made?
Jeff, can we approach for one?
Certainly.
All right, Deputy Hall, we're talking at the point where you had you were at that tree line of the underbrush beside Lithia Pinecrest. Did you eventually direct Curfew into that area? Yes.
Yes.
And was was anyone apprehended from that area that was identified by aviation services as a hotspot?
Yes.
And was that person then taken into police custody? Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall the identity of that person that was taken into custody?
I do.
And is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And if you would, please identify that person by pointing to him, identifying his clothing, so that all of us can be clear who you are referring to.
That subject was later identified as Mr. Matthew Terry, who is sitting in the center of the table wearing the dark gray suit jacket with tie, and he's wearing glasses.
Okay, dark rimmed glasses?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Deputy Hall has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
After Mr. Terry was apprehended, did other deputies assist in taking control of Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Did you have any further involvement in the investigation after this point?
After he was secured in custody, no, there was no further investigative involvement that I had.
Was your uniform equipped with a camera, a body-worn camera, which documented by video the events that occurred that you've testified about?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review those relevant portions of that video before coming into court today, specifically yesterday?
I have.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification, State's Exhibit number 25. If you would take a look at the compact disc that's in that exhibit and any marking to indicate whether or not you recognize it as the video that you reviewed yesterday.
Yes.
And it is the video you reviewed yesterday?
It is. That is my initials with ABN number and the date from yesterday.
And does that exhibit accurately depict the relevant portions of the events that you've testified about this morning?
It did.
Thank you. Now, at this time, the state would offer exhibit number 25 into evidence.
Any objection to 25?
No objection.
25 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish this exhibit?
You may publish.
Chairs on stand out if you're in the woods, make yourself known, dog's gonna bite you.
All right, Deputy, that's, is that the relevant portions that you've been testifying about?
It is.
You mentioned you had no further involvement in this case, this investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Deputy Hall. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor?
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning, ma'am.
When you approached, you saw Matthew Terry laying on his back, right?
Yes, correct.
And a deputy immediately rolled him over and handcuffed him, right?
Yes.
What deputy was that?
Deputy Curtis?
And Deputy Curtis also had body cam, right?
Yes.
Okay. The deputy then, and we now know Deputy Curtis, actually assists Matthew Terry to his feet, right?
Yes.
And has to walk him out of the area as you're putting canine curfew back in the car, right?
Correct.
You heard EMS was immediately called, right?
Yes, that was me that requested EMS based off of my observation of seeing him covered in blood.
And it was a large amount of blood, right?
Yes.
And you actually described him as being very pale, right?
Yes.
As being, it appeared he was on the verge of going unconscious, right?
Yes, so based off my observations and training and experience, seeing his skin complexion that pale, it appeared that he was on the verge of potentially going unconscious or dying right there where he was laying.
Even dying right there if he hadn't gotten immediate medical attention.
Correct.
And then he was, in fact, put on a gurney and taken right to a hospital, right?
Correct.
Could I just have a moment?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Deputy Hall, did you remain in the area when the emergency medical personnel arrived?
Yes, I was still there.
And do you recall whether or not there were emergency measures taking place? That is, how long was he remaining there at the scene before he was taken away?
I requested EMS to respond emergency status. That means license sirens come, like get there as fast as you can. Once he was assisted out of the wood line, they were there within minutes.
Okay, and then how long were they there? If you were there and recall.
From my recollection, they were only there for, again, just a few minutes just to get him assisted onto the gurney and then loaded up and ready for transport.
Okay, and then did you assist in transporting or observe the transportation away from the scene into the hospital?
No, there was a patrol unit that took that responsibility of following the ambulance to the hospital.
Okay. And again, do you recall approximately how long it was when the emergency personnel arrived and began attending to the defendant until the time that he was loaded up and taken away?
No, I don't have an exact time frame, but it was within minutes. As soon as they got there, began to render aid and get him loaded up.
And do you recall whether or not there were any photographs taken of Mr. Terry, the defendant, at that time?
Yes, I do recall crime scene technicians were there on scene and they photographed the defendant.
Okay. And was that before or after the emergency personnel arrived?
From my recollection, it would be after.
All right. Thank you very much, Deputy Hall. I have no further questions.
May he be released by the state and released by the defense?
We could keep him on potential recall.
You can step down. You don't have to remain outside, but you are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is perfect time for our morning break. I will instruct you not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Also, not to do any research related to the case. We'll take about a 15-minute break. All rise for the hearing. Everyone may be seated. Anything we need to discuss? We're going, I think did we get 4 of them? 3. All right, you said 5. The plan is it's 10:30 now. If we come back 10:45-ish, the plan is to go till around 12. I'll go, if we finish a few minutes early and we want to break for lunch because we don't want to start a new witness, that's fine. Or if we go a little bit after 12, as far as up to 12, almost 30.
Yes, Your Honor, we have 2 witnesses left. That's what I have for the morning. I told my next batch of witnesses to be here for 12:30, just in the off chance that we needed to take an early lunch and start back early.
Okay.
So whenever the 2 witnesses are done, we don't have anybody ready for the morning.
All right, so we'll take our lunch break as soon as they're done, either if it ends before 12 or after 12. Sounds good. If you want to tell your witness, I don't see any way that we'd start, even if we do an early lunch, before 1. So
That's fine. I'm going to have them here at 12:30 no matter what.
All right.
I already told them.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, have a nice lunch. Have a nice break. All right. jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a sufficient break. We are going to pick up where we left off. It's 11 o'clock. The plan is to go. We've got two more witnesses we're going to get in before lunch. So whenever those are done, if it's right before 12 or right after 12, we'll take our lunch break at that time. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call to the witness stand Deputy Jared Curtis.
Jared Curtis. Deputy Curtis, good morning and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. Wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, sir. My name is Jared Curtis. I am a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to District 4 Patrol, and I've been with the Sheriff's Office for about 2.5 years.
All right. What area do you patrol?
So the area in which I patrol is the most southern part of the county. It's the area of Ruskin and Waimama. So I work the southern part of the county currently and was working that part of the county at the time as well.
So I want to take you back to May, specifically May 28th, right after midnight, the early morning hours of Saturday, May 28, 2022. Were you on duty at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall being asked to respond to a call somewhere around 6211 Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, sir. So at the time, I was at our District 4 office, which is located in Ruskin. I was at the district office at the time the call came out. We received a call via radio communication that there was a person's down call for service, meaning that there is an individual that is in need of assistance. They may possibly be injured or what have you. The call relayed that the individual was found on the side of a house, profusely bleeding, appeared to possibly have a injury to the neck, and that they needed law enforcement assistance and medical assistance.
And did you respond?
Yes, sir. So I then left the District 4 office and headed out to the area in which we were responding to for that particular call for service.
Okay, and then when you responded, did you see what was described to you were looking for?
Yes, sir. So the distance from the District 4 office in Ruskin and to the distance in which we were responding to out in Lithia is somewhat of a distance in getting from point A to point B, so to speak. So by the time I did finally arrive on scene, there were already several other deputies who had been closer to the scene that had got there before I did, but then I did eventually get there and assisted with the investigation from that point on.
Can you give us an idea of about approximately what time it was that you first arrived there at that scene?
So it was approximately around 1:30 in the morning.
All right, you arrive at 1:30. Do you remember approximately where you parked your patrol vehicle?
So approximately, it was a little bit of a distance from where the other deputies had initially arrived to and started conducting the investigation. So I parked at a distance. I couldn't tell you exactly where, and then walked up and then was tasked with assisting the investigation initially with doing a neighborhood survey.
Okay. That was your first task, a neighborhood survey?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do that? You did perform a neighborhood survey?
Correct, I did. So a neighborhood survey is where we go door to door, knocking on people's doors, trying to make contact with other residents in the community to try to see if they've seen anything, heard anything, if they have any cameras attached to their residence that could assist with the investigation in which we're conducting. I knocked on several doors. I made contact with 2 separate residences, but at the time there was nothing of evidentiary value to obtain from those 2 residents we made contact with.
Okay, after you finish that neighborhood survey, what's the next assignment that you had, if any?
So at that point, I was tasked with assisting the on-scene detectives with doing what we call rapid ID. It's a program in which we utilize to run a fingerprint on an individual to try to see if we can get any kind of response as to their identity. So I was tasked with, at that point, trying to identify the decedent. So I located to where later identified as Kay Baker was and attempted to identify her utilizing that rapid ID.
But before that point, you identified her as Kay Baker, but at that point, you or your fellow officers didn't know who that was?
Correct. Later identified as Kay Baker, correct.
Were you successful in your rapid ID attempts?
No. So I made my way over to Kay Baker. Unfortunately, there was a large amount of blood about herself. There was a large amount of blood around her neck, her chest area. Her hair was completely matted in blood. There was blood all over her face. You could tell that she had some kind of injury to her neck. It was very difficult to see through all the blood what exactly the injury was at that time. She was in a pool of her own blood at that time. I attempted to still do the rapid ID. Unfortunately, there was no response on the rapid ID. I'm not sure if it was because her hands had so much blood on them or if it just didn't have any fingerprints in the system to be able to identify her. But there was no response at that point from the rapid ID.
All right. So after you finished that attempt or that assignment, what was your next assignment, if you recall?
So from there, I returned back to my patrol vehicle, put the rapid ID back into my patrol vehicle, and it was requested of me to assist with perimeter on the outside of the initial response scene. So I relocated out to Lithia Pinecrest, which is the road running to the rear of the residence, and held perimeter there and continued assisting in that manner.
All right. So let's talk about that a little bit. First of all, do you have an estimate of the time that you relocated from the immediate crime scene to the point where you're relocating to Lithia Pinecrest?
I would not recall an exact period of time or how long I stayed out there off of Lithia Pinecrest, but I did relocate out to there and stayed there for an extended period of time.
Okay. So if you arrived somewhere around 1:30, can you give any estimate as to what time it was when you then relocated to Lithia Pinecrest?
And again, an exact time? No. I was there for an extended time on scene with conducting the neighborhood survey, with then attempting to do the rapid ID. I then relocated out to Lithia Pinecrest and was there for another additional extended period of time. An exact number, I cannot recall.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. At some point, did you become aware that fellow canine officers had been summoned to the scene to assist in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
At that point, had you already relocated to Lithia Pinecrest?
Yes, sir. At that point, when K9 arrived on scene, I was already out on the perimeter off of Lithia Pinecrest.
Can you give us any estimate as to how long you had been out there before that point? Before the...
Maybe an hour.
Okay.
Maybe less. Again, for me to try and give you an exact time period, I cannot say because there was a lot going on. We were there for an extended period of time. I can't give you an exact time frame.
Give us an idea of where your vehicle was located, your patrol vehicle was located on Lithia Pinecrest, using reference points, either the residence that you first responded to where you found Kay Baker, or the area where the person was apprehended.
Yes, sir. So I was out on Lithia Pinecrest somewhere between 6207 Kite Ridge and the brush in which we found an individual. So I was to the rear, 6207, a little bit east on Lithia Pinecrest, exactly to which residence I was behind. Couldn't tell you, but I know it was to the rear of 6207, east on Lithia Pinecrest, and Deputy Gianni was also present. He was ahead of me, so he was more to the west of Lithia Pinecrest, and I was to the rear of his vehicle, in my patrol vehicle.
What was Deputy Gianni also one of the deputies who was assigned with the responsibility of holding the perimeter in that area?
Out on Lithia Pinecrest, yes.
All right. When you were assigned with the task of holding the perimeter, well, what does that mean? What do you do?
So in that instance, what we're doing when we're holding a perimeter is we're trying to make sure that nothing comes in or out of that area while we're conducting our investigation. So our objective is to have our lights activated, our patrol lights, red and blue lights, and holding that area, trying to check for anyone that might be attempting to come in and out of the area. If obviously we make contact or see someone, we stop them, try to get them identified, because we're working an active crime scene and we need to protect the integrity of that crime scene and make sure that no one comes in or out of that area.
And did you have your lights activated on your patrol vehicle the entire time that you were holding the perimeter?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you estimate the distance between your vehicle and Deputy Gianni's vehicle when you were working with Deputy Gianni in attempting to hold that perimeter?
It was a pretty good distance. I couldn't tell you exact number, but he was further ahead of where I was. It was a pretty good distance from my vehicle to his vehicle.
Regardless of the distance, do you believe that if anyone had tried to enter or get into the crime scene or escape the crime scene, do you believe that you would have been able to see that person if they had tried to do that between the patrol vehicles?
Absolutely. So when we're holding a perimeter like that, we're not supposed to be, on our computers. We're not supposed to be distracted in any way. We're supposed to maintain our surroundings, be aware, situational awareness. Again, you don't know exactly who could be coming or going, so for your own safety, the safety of other deputies, you have to maintain your awareness of your surroundings. And so, yes, I can confidently say that if anyone was coming or going, we would have seen that individual.
And did you use any mirrors or other apparatus to observe both in front of you and behind you in your attempts to hold the perimeter?
So, I have my mirrors on each side of my vehicle. I have my rear view mirror, so I can see what's going on around me. I have my windows cracked slightly so that I can hear anything. That way, I'm not, I'm also utilizing my ability to hear what might be moving around me. So, yes, I have my windows cracked so that I can hear things. I have my side mirrors in which I'm utilizing, checking those every so often, checking my rear view mirror every so often, looking and making sure that nothing is coming and going to the rear of me either.
Okay, so for the entire time that you were holding the perimeter up until the time that a person was apprehended in that area, had anyone other than authorized emergency vehicles or officers entered or escaped that crime scene area?
No, sir, they did not.
All right, I mentioned that at some point, did you become aware that there was canine officers and their dogs summoned to the scene?
Yes, sir. So we had assistance with aviation. Aviation assisted us. And then it was requested that we have a bloodhound come out and assist with the investigation. I had learned that detectives and some other deputies had found a trail of blood leading away from our initial response location, that the trail of blood was leading away from the residence out towards Lithia Pinecrest, where we were now positioned holding perimeter. So they requested a bloodhound dog come and track that trail of blood to try to see where it would lead to. And so canine units did come out with a bloodhound dog and also a patrol dog and began that track.
Was eventually a person apprehended?
Yeah, so the bloodhound led the canine units and the bloodhound's handler to an area of thick brush, a big overgrown brush area with high grass and branches that just before that brush had a very large pool of blood. At that point, when the bloodhound located this large pool of blood, which I later observed for myself as well, just outside of this large brush, the bloodhound was pulled back, and they then transitioned to a patrol dog, which was more useful in now trying to go make entry into this brush line, overgrown brush line that we identified as being a location of interest due to now the bloodhound leading us following this trail all the way to a large pool of blood outside of this brush line.
And then as a result, was someone apprehended in that area?
Yes, sir. So I was tasked with then joining the canine units and assisting them with making entry into this brush line. So I assisted the canine units in going into the brush line. We utilized our flashlights and our assigned duty weapons because we don't know if there's a threat in this brush line at this point. So as we make entry into the brush line, within a few feet of going into that brush line, to our right-hand side, almost simultaneously, myself and the canine handlers observed a white male subject lying on his back within the brush line in a t-shirt and underwear.
And did you eventually take custody of that individual?
Yes, sir. So at that point, once we identified that there was someone in this brush line lying on their back, we started giving loud verbal commands. Sheriff's office, show me your hands, show me your hands. At that point, as soon as those verbal commands started being given, the individual immediately complied and put both hands directly straight up in the air, showing his hands.
And who was that person? That person that you saw in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, he is.
Can you point to and identify his location so that we can all be sure as to who you're referring to?
Yes, sir. So the individual that we made contact with later ended up being Mr. Matthew Terry here in the gray suit and glasses.
Now, the glasses with the dark rims?
Yes, sir, sitting in the middle of the other two individuals at the table.
May the record reflect that the Deputy Curtis has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Ron. All right, you talked about the apprehension of the defendant. At that point, were you equipped with a body-worn camera which captured the relevant portions of the events regarding the apprehension of the defendant?
Yes, sir. So everything was captured on my body-worn camera.
And have you had an opportunity to review a copy or the recording of that video in anticipation of your testimony today?
Yes, sir, I have.
I assure you it has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 26. If you would look at 26 and either the packaging or the markings related to Exhibit number 26, and tell me if you can identify that as the video that you reviewed before testifying, and whether or not that Exhibit number 26 accurately depicts the relevant portions of your testimony today.
Yes, sir, it does. I do identify this video.
Now, at this time, the State would offer Exhibit number 26.
Any objection to 26?
No objection.
26 will be admitted at this time.
Now, may we publish this?
You may publish.
Thank you, Ron.
you having technical difficulties?
I don't know. Let me check. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what the issue is. You gotta click over. My apologies.
It's a good thing he's here. I wouldn't know what to do.
Hey, we got. Hey, hands! Hands! Keep your hands where we can see them. Don't move. Let's go. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands where you can see them. Get up. I'm on three. You got me? Yeah, I got you. I got both hands. Yep. Do not move. Understand? Turn over on your stomach. Yeah, I know. Turn over on your stomach. Still gotta get them secured. What's your name, buddy? I'm gonna get you up in a second. Bear with me. Alright, give me a second, I'm gonna get him turned over. Hey, give me a light here, please.
What's your name, buddy?
Hey, what's your name? What's your name? Hey, buddy. Buddy, what's your name? What's your name? Matthew? Hey, we got let them know we got a laceration to the neck. Alright, you feel that? Yeah. Can you stand up? Can you stand up? No? Where else are you injured? We got two. No, nothing on the chest. We got two lacerations to the neck, one on each side of the jugular. Can you stand up for me? Listen, we got EMS coming, but we got to get you a little bit closer to the ambulance, all right? You think if I help you, you can make it? I don't know. You want to give it a shot? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Stand up. There you go. Follow that light. Yep. Watch your step. Stay to the right. Yeah, there's more. Yeah. Keep going. Get that off me, please. I can't go nowhere. There we go. Keep coming this way. Yep. All right, sit down. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Deputy Curtis, in the video that it showed some deputy with their hands on the defendant. Was that you?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, you mentioned that there was some lacerations that you testified about that on either side of the defendant's neck in the video. Describe what you observed about his medical condition, specifically related to those any injuries to the neck.
Yes, sir. So obviously, once in close contact with the individual, I was able to see that the individual had two incisions on each side of the jugular. Both appeared to be equal in length and width, almost looked to be surgically incisioned. They were equal on each side. They weren't profusely bleeding at that point. There was no arterial bleeding. There didn't appear to be they looked deep, but they looked deep just on the skin. They didn't look that he.
Calls for medical.
I'll suspend. Let's move on.
All right. Did you observe any other blood on the defendant?
Yes, so around the collarbone area and the upper portion of the neck area, on the shirt and on the collarbone, there was a lot of fresh, wet blood that you could tell was fresh, and then there was also a lot of dry blood on the forearms and on the hands, and those are the only markings. I saw some elongated scratch marks or cuts on the forearms, but other than that, I did not observe any injuries to the individual.
All right. Did you have occasion to understand that emergency vehicles have been summoned to the scene?
Correct, yes. So we, as you can see from the video, we were kind of sitting there for a minute. We were trying to determine whether the responders from Hillsborough County Fire Rescue would come to us, or rather we would go out to try to make our way out to them. It was determined that because of the difficulty that we had getting into that area, it'd be best to try and bring the individual out to the roadway to them. So that's what we did. We located out to Lithia Pinecrest out of the brush to bring the individual to Hillsborough County Fire Rescue to so that they could further render any kind of aid that the individual needed.
All right. You described his condition regarding the cuts on his neck. Do you have some basic emergency care training?
Objection.
Well, to this question,
To any testimony regarding any medical evidence, he's not specifically trained for that, and we have lots of doctors who are coming.
we're not there yet. I'm going to overrule objection to this question.
So yes, sir. Through our training, we are trained to respond. A lot of times when we're responding to
Objection, unresponsive to what they do a lot of times.
Sure. Restate the question that you asked.
Okay. I'll restate the question in this way, Deputy Curtis. Have you responded in your experience to scenes with individuals in medical distress prior to May 28th, 2022?
Sustained.
did you render any emergency care to the defendant based upon your observations of the defendant?
No, sir, I did not. I did not deem it necessary at the time.
And do you recall whether or not fellow officers took any photographs of the defendant at the scene?
Yes, sir. There were photos taken by Deputy Gianni.
And do you recall the arrival of the emergency medical personnel after they were summoned to render aid to the defendant?
Yes, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue arrived on scene, and he was placed on their gurney.
And do you recall whether or not there was compression applied or other emergency measures applied to those rooms at that point?
I did not observe that at that point, no, sir.
Were you tasked with maintaining maintaining eyesight of the defendant, or otherwise accompanying the defendant to the hospital?
Yes, sir. So once the individual was placed into the ambulance, I followed that rescue to Tampa General Hospital and stayed with them the whole way until we arrived at Tampa General Hospital.
All right, so you followed the ambulance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the ambulance in emergency mode? That is, was it bypassing vehicles? Was it bypassing traffic control devices on the way to the hospital, or not?
No, sir. The lights were activated, but we were not running code, as we refer to.
When you say running code, what does that mean?
Meaning lights and sirens activated, stopping traffic at intersections in order to get there in a more haste.
All right. Do you recall approximately how long it was that it took you to get from the location of the apprehension of the defendant to the hospital?
No, sir. I do not. Under an hour, but I couldn't tell you an exact time frame.
And after he arrived at Tampa General Hospital, did you position yourself in a way that you could keep your eyes on the defendant?
Yes, sir. So I accompanied into the emergency room, and then I stayed where I could have a visual of the individual the entire time.
Did you observe any care being administered to the defendant out there at the scene by the emergency personnel?
Yes, I could observe that there was some care being rendered.
All right. Between your observations of the defendant while he was being apprehended, your observations of the defendant in interaction with the medical personnel both at the scene and at the hospital, can you tell us whether or not Mr. Terry was able to speak? Not what he said, but was he able to speak?
Yes, he was.
All right, then when you were at the hospital, did you take any photographs of the defendant at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification in State's Exhibit number 27A through F. If you would take a look at Exhibit 27A through F and tell me if that fairly and accurately depicts your observations of the defendant, the photographs you took at Tampa General in the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022.
Yes, sir. These are the photographs in which I captured.
And do those photographs accurately depict the appearance of the defendant on the morning of May 28th
Yes, sir, they do.
at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, sir.
The state would offer Exhibit 27A through F.
Any objection?
No objection.
27A through F will be admitted at this time.
Permission to publish, Your
You may
Honor?
publish.
Thank you. A. B. Here's C. D. E. And F. All right, Deputy Curtis, were you asked to perform any other tasks related to this particular investigation?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Deputy. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Morning, Deputy Curtis.
Good morning, ma'am.
You indicated that you arrived on scene at about 1:30 in the morning.
That's correct.
That's about an hour after the 911 call, right?
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So even though you may be able to talk about what you could see or didn't see once you were on the perimeter, after doing the neighborhood survey and after doing the rapid ID, you really don't have any idea whether someone could have escaped the scene in the hour prior to your arrival or while you were doing a neighborhood survey and rapid ID, right?
There were other units present that were on perimeter.
You have no idea what occurred prior to you arriving over an hour after the 911 call, do you?
I'm aware that there were units on perimeter holding a scene, ma'am.
Sir, do you have any idea what occurred prior to your arrival?
I have some knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Sir, do you know what happened prior to you getting there to see it for yourself?
I did not see it for myself, no, ma'am.
Okay, you didn't see it, you didn't hear anything, and you weren't looking through any mirrors like you said you were once you were on the perimeter point, right?
No, ma'am.
Because you weren't there for that, right?
At that time, no, ma'am.
Okay. Now, additionally, after you arrived, you indicated you did a neighborhood survey, you did the rapid ID, all of that took some time as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, the information you gave about going in and having contact with Matthew Terry, that didn't happen until after 5 a.m., right?
It is possible, yes, ma'am. Again, I don't know, as I explained to Mr. Dirks, exact time frames, exact times. Do not fully recall.
Would you dispute that it was actually not until around 5 a.m. if that's what others have testified to?
No, ma'am. I will not dispute that.
Okay. Now, in regard to your contact with Matthew Terry, you found him lying on his back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You immediately roll him over and handcuff him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you find him, you actually note that there's a large amount of blood on him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got the 2 lacerations that you described as one on each side of his jugular, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You described him as being fairly lethargic, right?
Yes, he was.
And we actually could see that on the video. We could see how lethargic he was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you spoke to him, he was in a very low voice, had to be shook at one point. You actually had to shake him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
one final thing. While you were at the hospital, about how many feet, and if you can't do feet, just let me know and I'll move in the room and you can tell me the approximate different distance you were from Matthew Terry.
I would say the distance in which we are now is fairly accurate.
So from testimony chair to defense counsel table, would you agree that is probably in the nature of about 15 feet?
Yes, ma'am.
Grounds?
Overruled.
That means you can answer.
So yes, I was moving about throughout the time that I was there, but I'd say this is about the furthest distance that I was.
And would you agree that that's probably about 15 feet?
Fair enough, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be released
Yes, Your Honor.
and by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Jeffjani may be released as a witness at this time. I'll ask the state, please call your next witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Deputy Thomas Gianni.
Thomas Gianni. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as soon as we've concluded with this witness, I will release you to lunch. Deputy Gianni, good morning and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to a witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Gertz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Gianni. Work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Just over 6 years.
And what is your assignment or duties with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a patrol deputy.
And you've been a patrol deputy during your entire service at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Is there a particular area or district that you were assigned?
I work in the District 4 area, Apollo Beach area.
Were you working in that capacity in the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022 this year?
Yes.
Do you recall getting a call requesting your assistance in an investigation somewhere along Lithia Pinecrest or Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County?
Yes. Yes, I was dispatched for that.
Okay, and tell us what time you arrived at that area after being dispatched.
I arrived approximately 1 a.m.
Were you in a marked patrol vehicle, the kind we generally see out here on the streets in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Is that vehicle been equipped with emergency lights and along with the markings?
Yes.
All right, you arrived at that scene. What is the first thing you did, or where did you go? What happened?
When I first arrived, I arrived at an intersection on Lithia Pinecrest Road and Falcon Ridge Road, and stayed there for a little bit of time. Then I relocated to another position.
All right, so you were at Falcon Ridge and Lithia Pinecrest, that intersection.
Yes.
Give me an idea how long you were there before moving.
I'd say approximately 15, 20 minutes, possibly 30.
And after that period of time, you were then asked or directed to change your location somewhat?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you then position your vehicle?
Yes, I positioned my vehicle, I believe it was southeast of that location, which was directly behind the incident scene.
And when you said directly behind the incident scene, are you talking about the area somewhere around 6209, 6211?
Yes.
Kite Ridge?
Yes.
So you were positioned there. While you were positioned there, did you immediately activate your emergency lights?
Yes.
Did those emergency lights maintain being activated during the entire time that you were there on Lithia Pinecrest?
Yes.
Do you recall which direction you were facing?
North, I believe it was northwest. Yep. Northwest.
And do you recall ever seeing another patrol vehicle occupied by Deputy Curtis at any time that same morning?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time he arrived in relation to the time that you were there?
I do not. I do not.
What was your responsibility? What was your job? What were you asked to do while you were out there at Lithia Pinecrest?
My responsibility was to just secure the incident scene behind the incident scene and just watch for any foot traffic going in or out of the incident scene.
And did you perform that task?
I did.
Did you perform that task continuously during the entire time that you were out there at that incident scene?
Yes.
Did you try to observe both in front of you, to the sides of you, and to the rear of you while you were assigned that task?
I did. Yes.
Did you see, other than emergency vehicles, other than your fellow officers, did you see any other person cross that perimeter line that you were asked to maintain?
No.
Do you recall radio traffic that was being relayed, the police radio traffic indicating that canines or dogs were going to be summoned to your general area?
I do recall radio traffic about K9 arriving on scene.
Okay, and you had already been out there at that scene,
Yes.
maintaining perimeter for a time before any of that occurred. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear or see Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Air Service helicopters in the area as well?
I did. I heard air service in the air.
And did you observe any activity by any other individual other than the emergency people in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's vehicle up until that point, at any time during your assignment to control or secure the perimeter in that area?
I did not.
At some point, did you become aware that an individual had been apprehended in your general area?
Yes.
Was it within the scene that was trying to be controlled?
Yes, it was behind my vehicle.
That was behind your vehicle. After that person was apprehended, were you assigned with any task relating to capturing any evidence or photographs or anything like that relating to that apprehension?
Yes.
What was that?
I was asked to, once they made contact, I was asked to grab my digital camera and take initial photographs.
Of a person that was apprehended?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
And do you recall the identity of the person that was photographed that was apprehended?
I do.
And is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point to him and identify his location or his description so that all of us can be clear as to who you're referring to?
That gentleman right there, sitting at the table with the dark blue, looks like a dark blue tie. Dark tie.
With the dark rimmed glasses?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the deputy has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Your All right, Deputy Gianni, did you have any other assignments relating to this investigation?
I did not, no.
Do you recall approximately what time it was when you released the perimeter, where you no longer had the assignment of maintaining the perimeter that day?
After being released, it was daytime out, so approximately 7-ish, 7 a.m.
Okay. And before that time, you had maintained the perimeter of that area?
Yes.
All right, Deputy Gianni, you testified earlier that you got to the scene originally right around 1 o'clock in the morning. You originally positioned at the intersection of Falcon Ridge and Lithia Pinecrest.
Yes.
And you estimated 15 or 20 minutes later, you repositioned yourself to the place that you described earlier. Can you say that by 1:30 you were in that area that you testified about directly behind the incident scene?
I believe so.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Deputy. I have no further questions of this witness.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you one rather obvious question. Sure. So before you were on the perimeter point at about 1:30 in the morning, you really wouldn't be able to tell us if anybody left that scene or anything that occurred prior to you being on the perimeter point at about 1:30.
No, I couldn't.
And you're aware the initial 911 call came in just after 12:30, about an hour earlier?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Released or subject to recall?
Released, Your Honor.
And by the defense, released or subject to recall?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Released or subject to recall?
Released, Your Honor.
You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time, Deputy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As promised, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this time. I notice that it is 11:45. I will give you an hour and 15 minutes, so that will be 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. We'll pick back up where we left off at 1. All rise for the jury. Please have a nice lunch. Jury is exited. Everyone may be seated. So we got our five.
Five.
We got 5, and then we got 5. You've got 5 more.
I have 5 ready to go for this afternoon. I was just talking to Mr. Dirks about having a couple people on the bubble, just if we're at like 3:30 and Your Honor wants to go a little bit longer. I don't know if
Do
Your
you
Honor.
think we'll get through 5 between 1 and 3:30?
I tend to be fast.
Okay. And that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind finishing a little early, but 3:30 might be too early if
No, I
you
understand.
give another hours.
Right. I imagine Your Honor will want to take a break somewhere around 2:45, 3 o'clock.
We start at 1. Yeah, we need to take a break by 3 o'clock. I don't like to keep them more than 2 hours.
So that's what I'm figuring. So depending upon the break and how the things play out, we might get decently into 3 o'clock. I don't know that we're going to get to 4 o'clock, and then we'll just kind of see where we are at the break, and Your Honor can tell me.
Okay. All right. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome.
You said 1 o'clock, yes?
Yes.
I've seen you.
All members of the jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. A couple of things I need to go over before we get started with the afternoon session. First is, was anybody exposed to anything about this case between the time you left before lunch and the time that you returned? In any way, shape, or form, by show of hands. Let the record, thank you all very much, let the record reflect that there are no hands. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, although I have told you not to monitor the news or anything related to this case, I suspect that perhaps you may see news about this tropical storm called Nicole. I will keep informed of the information that is released. I have heard that Pasco County schools have closed on Thursday, so we will see. We've at least got tomorrow to see, and if there's any news for here in Hillsborough County, I will discuss that with you tomorrow. I know we are starting a few minutes later than had expected. I take full responsibility for that. The only delay that I will not take responsibility for is if Tropical Storm Nicole causes any delay for us, although I have ordered it to go away and not hit the state of Florida, so we will see if that works. But welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off. I'll ask the state to please call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Detective Sean Royal.
Sean Royal. Is it corporal or detective?
I think he's corporal now.
It's on the list as corporal.
Yeah, I think he's corporal now.
I don't want to demote him. Corporal Royal? Sir. Good afternoon and welcome. Good afternoon. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, Corporal. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Sean Royal, Seanroyal.
And Mr. Royal, how are you employed?
Currently a corporal in our homicide section.
And let's talk about that. That means you are sworn law enforcement?
Correct.
Do you work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I do.
How does one become a deputy, just to start with, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
You basically apply like you would any other job. You have to complete several months of an academy training. Once you become sworn, you start more on the field training type work.
Right. I'm not going to go through every step you've ever taken in ascending through the ranks, but at some point, did you become what's known as a homicide detective?
I did.
And are you now currently a corporal overseeing other detectives in the homicide unit?
Correct, I am.
I want to talk with you about an investigation that deals with an address of 6209 Kite Ridge Drive from May 28th of 2022. Were you still acting as a corporal then for the homicide unit?
I was.
Even though you are the boss or the supervisor of the unit, do you assist in investigations?
Sometimes if need be, yes. Most of the time, no.
As part of this particular case, the Kite Ridge case, did you assist specifically, did you go to a place called the Landing Bar and Grill?
I did.
And was that in furtherance of assisting the lead detective, Kevin Ratu?
Yes, it was.
When you went there, did you have information about Kay Baker and other individuals potentially being at the landing the night before?
I did.
Were you attempting to then locate surveillance video from the night in question, which would have been the evening of May 27th, that would have depicted Kay Baker, Matthew Terry, and any other people they might have been with?
Correct.
Did you watch surveillance video at the landing bar?
I skimmed through it. I didn't fully watch frame by frame, but yes, I was there to see how much footage needed to be pulled in order for it to be put on a thumb drive or a disc or whatnot.
When you're watching the video, did you have some idea of a general time frame that you were looking for to see if these people were at the Landing Bar and Grill?
I did.
And what was that general time frame?
I was told that they arrived at the restaurant on the 27th, sometime around 5 or so after work, and were there till almost midnight into the 28th.
So did the video that you ended up watching have some sort of time and date stamp on it?
It did.
Was the time and date stamp correct?
It was not correct.
What was incorrect about it?
The timestamp was 12 hours fast, so we knew that they were at the restaurant on the 27th around 5:30 in the afternoon, but the timestamp that showed on the video was 5:28, so May 28th, 2022 at 5:30 in the morning. So it was 12 hours fast.
And were you able to watch a live feed of video when you were there at the landing?
I was.
And when you were watching a live feed, did you have a watch on your wrist so you could confirm the real time against the time of the live feed?
Correct. So that's the first thing we would do is check the time to see what was accurate. Knowing that it was off, we had to find the correct time and day backwards, per se.
All right, so you knew before you even started looking for the video in question, you knew that you were looking for a 12-hour time difference.
Correct.
Did you end up finding video that you thought was of interest to this case that covered between roughly 5 o'clock till midnight on the evening of Friday, May 27th?
I did.
Did you inform law enforcement about that so that could ultimately be obtained?
I did.
Pass the witness.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
Any
be released.
Well,
I don't have to be redirected. He can be released.
all right. Yeah, you may step down. You may be released at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, defense released?
He can be released.
All right, you may step down. We're going to be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
I'll ask the state, please call your next witness.
State calls Nicholas Calicochi.
Nicholas Calicucci. Mr. Calicucci, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Afternoon, sir. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Nicholas Dalton Calicochi,
And Mr. Calicochi, where do you reside?
6205 Kite Ridge Drive, Lithia, Florida.
Does that mean your neighbor would then be the house at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive?
Yes, sir.
In May of this year, and in the earlier months before, January, February, March, etc., of 2022, do you know who lived at 6209?
No, sir.
Sorry, 6207.
Yes, sir.
Too many addresses to keep track of. Who lived at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive?
It was Kay Baker and Matthew Terry.
And I want to ask you, do you see the person that you know as Matthew Terry in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you please point to him and describe the clothing that he's wearing so we know exactly who it is you're talking about?
Yes, sir. It was the man in the middle with the black glasses, gray suit.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask the record to reflect he's identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, I want to ask you, Kay Baker was your neighbor. How long had she been your neighbor up until we get to May 28th, 2022?
For as long as I lived there, I moved in roughly 3.5, 4 years ago.
And during the 3.5 or 4 years that you lived next door to Miss Baker, did you all ever become friends?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury about what your friendship was like?
We grew close. We were neighbors. My son and her kids hung out all the time. We used to go to the pool all together, hang out outside of doing yard work and stuff like that.
All right, you mentioned that Miss Baker had children.
Yes.
She had 2 boys.
Yes.
At some point during the years that you lived there, did you ever end up meeting Mr. Terry personally?
Through passing. Nothing more than a hi, bye. That was really...
But did you ever see him at the house, coming and going, getting the mail, cutting the grass? whatever it may be?
I saw him come and going maybe once or twice, not a lot. Before I worked at the landing, I was working morning shifts, so I was never really home during the day.
Did you ever get introduced to him by Miss Baker, where she said, "Hey, this is Matt, my boyfriend," or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you knew who he was.
Yes.
I want to talk with you about the landing. You work there?
Yes, sir.
And what is your job title or function there?
I'm a cook.
All right, and so as a cook, where do you work inside the landing? Is it like an outdoor grill, or what is this?
No, the back kitchen.
So you're behind doors and walls most of the night.
Yes, sir.
When you get off work, do you ever decide to stick around afterwards, have a drink, eat some food, socialize with others?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen Miss Baker there at the landing?
Yes, sir.
Was that a place that she would sometimes frequent?
Yes.
So I want to talk with you then about Friday, May 27th of 2022. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember what your shift was that evening, roughly?
I know I was working, I believe, 12 to volume. Volume, I probably got out roughly 8, 9, somewhere around there, maybe even a little earlier.
All right, and for people who've never worked in the industry, what does till volume mean?
Volume is until the restaurant slows down. It's, once the busy rush comes and it slows down, then I'm let go.
All right, so some nights that might be 6, other nights it might be 7, other nights it might be 9.
Yes.
By about 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock that night, were you already off duty?
I believe so, yes.
And when you got off duty that night, what did you do? Did you go home or did you stay at the business?
I stayed at the business.
And did you see Kay Baker there?
Yes, I have.
Did you see anybody else with Miss Baker that you recognized from having met before?
Yes, sir.
Who was there?
Kelly Andrews, her husband, Matthew Terry, and
Hold on, the way you said that's a little confusing. You
Sorry.
said Kelly Andrews,
Yep.
then you said her husband.
Kelly's husband, sorry.
Okay.
And Mr. Terry.
And then Mr. Terry. All right, so there's at least those 4 people, Miss Baker, Mr. Terry, Miss Andrews, and Mr. Andrews.
Yes, sir.
And where were they?
They were sitting at one of the high top tables right next to the bar.
And for people who've never been to the landing, can you describe this location? Is it a purely indoor, a purely outdoor?
It's they were sitting outside on the patio at a high top, right at the bar.
Okay, so they're on the outside patio.
Yes, sir.
And where are you in relation to them when you're hanging out there that night?
I am up against the wall of the patio leading inside, about a table, 2 tables away.
And were you seated with someone else?
Yes, sir.
So if we were later on to be able to watch a video, are you in that video somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you're wearing a backwards hat in that video?
Yes, I was.
So you're seated at a 2-person table wearing a backwards hat?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So while Kay was there, do you know if Miss Baker was drinking?
Yes, sir.
And did you see if Mr. Terry, the defendant, was drinking that evening?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any specific idea as to what it is they were drinking?
No, not off the top of my head. I know Miss Baker had a White Claw or something along those lines at one point, but that was all I realized. I didn't pay attention, really.
All right. And so for most of the night, you are not seated with Kay Baker and her friends. Is that correct?
No, sir.
At any point during the evening, does she ever come over and say, hey, how you doing, socialize, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And so you had a chance to see her throughout the course of the evening?
Yep.
What time do you think she left that night?
Probably around like 11:30, if not a little sooner.
All right, so if you saw her at, let's say, 7:30 initially when you got off work and she left at 11:30, you had a chance to see her over a 4-hour period?
Yep.
Can you describe Miss Baker's level of intoxication or how much you think she was sober?
Nothing that I would say that she was intoxicated where she was stumbling or anything like that. She had a few drinks, that's all I could really tell. There was no, slurring of the words or anything like that.
All right, so you could tell that she'd been drinking, but not to the point of, like, excess.
No.
What about Mr. Terry? Did you ever have an interaction with Mr. Terry that evening?
Yes, sir.
What can you tell me about his level of sobriety?
He was more on the more intoxicated side. I could definitely tell he was slurring his words a little bit. I didn't really pay close attention to him when he walked by or anything like that to see if he was stumbling or anything, but I noticed in his words when he was talking, he was stumbling a bit with his words and trying to get them out.
Okay. So I want to talk with you about a specific moment. Do you ever remember there being a specific moment where you realized there was some sort of disagreement or discussion between Miss Baker and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Tell us where you were and where they were when you first realized that something's going on.
I was sitting at my table, and Miss Kay Baker was standing next to me, and then that's when Matthew Terry came over and confronted her about dancing with another man.
All right. And did you specifically hear words come out of the defendant's mouth making some sort of accusation of dancing with another man?
Yes, sir.
And how, if at all, did Miss Baker respond?
She seemed upset because she was like, I was not dancing with anybody else. I was just standing here talking and stuff like that.
Do you intervene in this conversation at all?
No, sir.
So now it's just the two of them talking to each other.
Yep.
At some point, did they move away from your table?
Yes, sir.
And where did they go?
They went back to their table where Kelly Andrews and Kelly's husband was sitting.
All right. And could you tell exactly what was being said at the
No.
other table?
No, sir.
Okay. So that happened. Is that somewhere around 10 o'clock when that happens?
Yes, sir.
This is well before they leave around 11:30.
Yes, sir.
After that conversation, did you have a chance to interact with Miss Baker again?
Yes, sir.
Does she appear upset?
No.
Does she appear distraught?
No.
Does she appear angry, sad, mad, anything like that?
No. Happy, good spirits like always.
As you would normally expect her to be every time you interact with her?
Yes, sir.
Does she appear any more intoxicated than you've already described?
No, sir.
Do you have any further interactions with the defendant after that period of time where he makes the accusation?
Not that I recall, sir.
Are you specifically watching him to count every drink that he's having?
No, my back was my back was to them.
So you have no idea how much the defendant might have had to drink after that?
No, sir.
At some point you mentioned that they do leave. Did you happen to notice how they left?
In her car.
In Kay Baker's car?
Yes.
And from where you were seated out on the patio, could you see the car they got into?
Yes, sir.
Could you then see who got into any particular seat in the car?
Yes, sir.
Who got into the driver's seat?
Miss Baker.
And who got into the passenger seat?
Matthew Terry.
So they leave.
Yes.
What time does the landing close down?
Midnight.
Did you stay until it closed down?
Yes.
Do you have a girlfriend who works there as well?
Yes, I do.
Did she basically have to work until the end of the shift?
Pretty much, yes.
So you don't leave the landing until at least after 12 o'clock at night?
Yes, sir.
When you went home, did you notice anything unusual happening on your street when you got home?
Yes, I pulled up and there was caution tape across the street and I got stopped by a deputy sheriff officer and they asked me what I was doing, where I lived, and I explained to them I lived at 6205 Kite Ridge Drive and they told me to go park down the street and to walk back there.
All right, so at this point, there's already some sort of crime scene set up.
Yes.
When you eventually were able to get let to your home at 6205, did you make any efforts to talk to law enforcement to try and get information about what was going on?
I did, because I noticed my next door neighbor, Miss Baker's door was wide open, so I was asking if everything was okay, being a friend, a neighbor, wondering what was going on, and they asked me if I seen her or anybody else with her that night.
And did you tell them that you had in fact seen Kay Baker somewhere earlier at the landing bar?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to provide them the general timeline as far as they were there somewhere around 7 to 11:30?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to provide law enforcement with the specific names of individuals like Kelly Andrews and her husband who were there with Miss Baker?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Calicoche.
Good afternoon.
You described what you called a confrontation where Matt confronted Kay about this supposed dancing incident, right?
Yes.
But when you talked to the police that night, you didn't describe it as a confrontation, did you?
I don't recall.
Do you remember saying that it wasn't even a tiff?
At that point, I really don't recall what I said that night. I was more or less just worried and stuff, so my words might have came out wrong.
Okay. Are you saying now it's a confrontation, or was this something that wasn't even a tiff?
Going back on it and trying to reconnect the dots and looking at it, I definitely consider it more as a confrontation than a tiff.
So that's because of what's happened since, but immediately after, you described it as not even a tiff, right?
I believe so, if that's what my words say, but I don't recall.
Would you like to see what you told the police?
I believe what you're saying.
Okay, so you believe that you did describe it to the police as not even a tiff.
Yes.
Okay.
That's,
You also described it to the police as being over in 2 seconds, right?
yes.
Being something that after which Kay and Matt just went back to their table having fun with everybody else, right?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. And that's something that you immediately after, as soon as you got home and saw the police, told them.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to telling them that, you also told them that it wasn't an argument, right?
I believe so.
You told them there was no bickering, right?
Not that I recall, but yes.
Do you want to see it? Because I want to
No,
be sure
no,
we know.
you're good.
Okay.
I trust you.
So do you believe now that you did tell the police there wasn't even any bickering
Yes.
and there weren't even any stern looks between Matt and Kay?
I don't recall saying that, but
May I approach? Counsel, page 8. You take your time.
oh no.
I've had it highlighted for you. Do you remember that night being asked specifically by the police whether there were even any stern looks between Matt and Kay, and you told them, not that I noticed. I noticed that they were cheerful.
Yes.
Okay. And that, again, was immediately after this incident that you now describe as a confrontation, right?
Hmm. Yes.
So that was your impression that night after what happened at the landings,
Yes.
that it was a non-issue, they went back to having fun 2 seconds later and were cheerful.
Yes.
Could I just have a minute, Your Honor? Last question. What's the driving distance from the landing back to your subdivision?
Like 3 minutes, probably 2 miles, if that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Release or subject to recall?
Please release.
Released by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, sir.
State, please call your next witness.
Who calls Kelly Andrews?
Kelly Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews, good afternoon and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable. You'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirming the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now, the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Please watch your step. Go ahead and have a seat in that chair. Please make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjusted.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Kelly Andrews.
And Miss Andrews, are you currently married?
Yes, I am.
Who is your husband?
Sean Andrews.
How long have you all been married?
13 years.
Do you know someone by the name of Kay Baker?
Yes, I do.
Was she a friend of yours?
Yes, we've been friends for about 14 years.
And can you give the jury some idea of the type of friendship you have? Are you like people who only talk every once in a while, saw each other all the time, whatever the case may be?
When we first met, it was once in a while, and then we became closer as the years went on. She became one of my best friends. We were very close, vacationed together. Our kids grew up together, and they came over and played very often.
And so, throughout those years, as your friendship developed, you're married to Sean Andrews?
Correct.
And so does Kay become Sean's friend too in the process?
Yes, she does.
Do you know someone by the name of Matthew Terry?
Yes, I do.
Do you see Mr. Terry in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly who it is you're talking about?
He's sitting there in the gray suit and the glasses between the two attorneys.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. That's the record reflect. She's identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Did you ever have a chance to hang out with Kay Baker and the defendant when they were in a relationship?
Yes, I have.
And when do you think the relationship between them started?
It started long distance, and then it became more serious towards the end of 2021. And then it was a long distance relationship, and then he eventually moved down in 2022.
Okay. Prior to them starting a long distance relationship and your time hanging out with the defendant and Ms. Baker, did the couple ever indicate to you that they actually had a relationship many years ago?
Yes, they dated when they were a lot younger and ended the relationship. It was amicable. They did remain friends and then rekindled later on.
All right. And somewhere in between, did Ms. Baker get married?
Yes, she got married in between, and I believe he did too.
All right. And so after both of their relationships, their marriages had ended, somewhere later they decided to rekindle a long ago relationship.
Correct.
Now, did Ms. Baker have children by her marriage to another man?
Yes, she did.
And on the night of May 28th, 2022, were those children with Ms. Baker, or were they with the ex-husband?
They were with the ex-husband.
So she did not have custody of them that particular night?
No.
You mentioned that the defendant eventually moved down.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where he moved down from?
Michigan.
And where is Ms. Baker originally from?
Michigan.
So they had dated in Michigan, and then she eventually moved to Florida, and then many years later he follows her?
Correct.
When he moved down from Michigan, did he move into Ms. Baker's home?
Yes, he did.
And so did him, Ms. Baker, and the two children all live together in that home?
Yes.
Anyone else living there?
No.
Prior to Mr. Terry moving down and living in Ms. Baker's home, did he ever come down to visit as the relationship was still kind of long distance?
Only in 2022 he had come down a few times, and then he moved down a little after that.
And when do you think he moved down to Florida in 2022?
Probably towards the end of February, early March.
All right, so when you say he came down in 2022, that was maybe like in January then?
Yes.
But before that, do you know if Ms. Baker was maintaining a long-distance relationship, emails, phone calls, text messages, whatever?
Definitely text messages and phone calls.
So now Mr. Terry has moved down. Kay Baker is one of your best friends. How often, once Mr. Terry moves down, do you all hang out?
Quite often.
And when I say hang out, is there ever a situation where you hang out alone with the defendant?
No.
Is there ever a moment where Kay Baker hangs out alone with your husband?
No.
So when you're hanging out, you're basically like always as couples.
Yes.
Or I guess maybe just you and Kay might hang out?
Yeah, we would go out together.
Okay. So did you get to know Mr. Terry then?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever get to hang out with him in a social function where drinking was occurring?
Yes.
Is that more than once?
Yes.
Did you have multiple opportunities then to observe Mr. Terry and what he was like when he would drink?
Yes.
It's fair to say you've seen the defendant, how he behaves or acts when he's had drinks before.
Yes.
Okay. I want to now focus on the night of Friday, May 27th, 2022. Somewhere in an earlier period of time, had you made a plan with Ms. Baker to go and hang out at a place called the Landing Bar and Grill?
Yes.
And what was the general plan?
We were to meet in the evening and just get together with the four of us, my husband, Matt, Kay, and myself, and some other friends showed up as well.
So did you end up meeting at the Landing Bar and Grill?
Yes, we did.
Did you arrive there alone or with your husband?
Alone first.
Your husband came later?
Yes, he did.
Why did he come later?
He was working.
And when does your husband typically work? Does he have like a sort of set schedule?
Yes, he usually works till about 6 and then gets home around 7.
All right, so he wouldn't have been there until 7-ish.
Yeah, a little after 7.
You were there before him then?
Correct.
When you got to the landing, who was there already?
Kay and Matt were there, and some other friends that I had just met that night.
And do you remember the name of any of them?
I remember Tara, and I believe her name was Lynette.
Okay, these were friends of Kay's?
Yes, they were.
When you arrived, were people already having drinks and eating food and whatever else was going on?
Yes.
So now you sit down, you join them. Eventually, at some point, your husband shows up. Are you also eating and drinking at the landing?
Yes, I am.
And what are you drinking that night?
I was drinking White Claw.
What does your husband drink?
Bud Light.
What does Kay Baker drink?
Usually she will drink White Claw or wine, but I think that night she was drinking a mixed drink.
Some kind of liquor?
Yes.
Did you make any observations, or do you know what the defendant was drinking that night?
The same thing.
The
It looked like the same thing. A
The
mixed
mixed
drink
drinks?
with alcohol, yes.
Okay. And so I'm sure that you were not actively keeping track of the number of drinks every person was having, but were people drinking throughout the night?
Yes, they were.
Can you give us some indication as to how rapidly people were drinking? Were they like tossing back shots at high volume, or were they sipping drinks throughout the night?
Sipping drinks throughout the night, but quite often, though, a little more.
So I want to eventually turn your attention to around 10 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
Did there come a time somewhere around there that you went to the restroom?
Yes.
And just prior to you going to the restroom, did Miss Baker go to the restroom?
Yes, she went before me.
And so did there come a point at which she's coming back from the bathroom and you're going towards the bathroom and the two of you cross each other?
Yes.
And do you remember interacting with Miss Baker in that moment?
Yes, we came up to each other closer to the bathrooms and started talking and doing a little dance.
All right, and this is the part where I'm going to want to show some video. So, Your Honor, if I can approach.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you 4 discs that are labeled as State's Exhibit number 53 for identification purposes. Did you have a chance to watch these discs?
Yes, I did.
Did you watch each of them individually?
Yes, I did.
Do these discs fairly and accurately depict events that took place on the evening of Friday, May 27th, 2022 at the Landing Bar and Grill involving yourself, Ms. Baker, and the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move into evidence State's Exhibit number 53, which is 4 discs of various clips.
Are they labeled
The
separately?
discs are each individually labeled with a long name that I'll read into the record when I play them. But
they're not A, B, C, and D?
no, because they're named after the disc, the file name of the disc. So, for example, this one is D12_20220528111055-C. They're all labeled that way. I can take the time to write an A, B, and C on them if you
I
want.
prefer a D. I prefer that you just do that as a composite A, B, C, and D.
All right. For the record, I'm going to take the disc labeled D12_20220528084939-C and label that as A. I'm then going to take the disc labeled D12_20220528100017-C and label that B. I'm going to take the disc labeled D06_20220528095026-C and label that one C, and then obviously the last disc will be D. And I would now ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit number 53, a composite of videos labeled A, B, C, and D.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as 53 composite A through D.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish.
You may publish.
All right, and I'm officially starting with Disc A. Ma'am, I'm going to pause the video a second. On the video, there's a timestamp that says 5/8/28/2022, Saturday, 9:59:07 a.m. On the video, there is a series of people seated at the end of that table closest in the picture. There is an individual wearing sort of a peach or orange-colored top. Who is that?
That would be me.
There is a person seated directly next to you wearing a sort of greenish-colored shirt. Who is that?
Matt.
There is a person seated next to who you've described as Matt wearing a blue shirt. Who is that?
My husband, Sean.
There is two other people at that table. There is a person in a red shirt. Who is that?
That would be Kay.
And then there is one other person seated next to her in a dark or black colored shirt. Do you know who that is?
Tara.
And across the table from them is a gentleman in a white hat who at the moment appears to be smoking. Who is that?
I believe it's our husband.
That's Tara's husband?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in peach, Matt is in green, your husband Sean is in blue, Kay's in red, and Tara's in black. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I paused it for a second, but it appears that Mr. Terry had something up to his face. He had both of his hands up to his face. Do you know what he's doing in that moment?
No, I do not.
Do you know if he's drinking? Do you remember if he's drinking?
Yes, I know he was drinking that night.
Okay. He was drinking during this time?
Yes.
And for a split second there, right at about 9:59:23, Kay Baker slapped or patted a gentleman seated against the wall there with a hat turned backwards. Do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Nick, her neighbor, who also works at the landing.
Ms. Baker has now left the patio area and has gone inside. Is this the time that she's going to the restroom?
Yes.
And almost immediately the defendant appeared to look at her and then follow her into the restaurant. Is that him going in?
Yes.
Objection to leading.
She can answer yes or no, so overrule as to.
Was that the defendant who got up and followed Ms. Baker in?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to switch videos then for a second. I'm going to move to disc B. At roughly 10:01 a.m., as according to the timestamp on the video, you're walking away from the table now. Do you remember where you're going?
I'm going to the restroom.
And then is Mr. Terry and Ms. Baker already still inside, having gone inside?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to change off of this for a moment. I'm going to move to what is marked as disc C. Now, having been to the landing, can you tell what we're looking at here from this camera angle?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
The angle where the bathrooms are here, and then you walk around, and then there's the bar, and then you keep going this way, and then that's the exit to the patio.
All right, and so I know you pointed, but for purposes of the record, there's like some markings on the video, like a time and a date, and a place where it says side dining. Can you use those as reference points to describe where the bathroom is?
Yes, the bathroom is. Do you want me to point?
You can either point or describe it in
Okay,
words.
so it's by this where the word says side dining.
So basically, in the camera angle, it's the bottom right corner.
Yes.
And the door that would then lead in and out from the patio area, where is that in the video?
The top right corner.
All right, so top right corner is where you come in and out of the patio.
Correct.
Now there's a person walking past the bar and now turning in a red shirt. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Is this Miss Baker going to the restroom?
Yes, it is.
There's now another person coming, walking past the bar, turning and heading towards the bathroom. Is that the defendant?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to let it play for a minute or two. All right, I'm stopping it at 10:01:18. There is a person coming out of the bathroom in that area where it says side dining in a red T-shirt. Who is that?
That is Kay.
And now at 10:01:20, there's a person coming, walking along the bar from that top right corner in an orange or peach-colored top. Who is that?
That is me.
Now, before I play the video, I want to ask you a question about that night. Somewhere during the course of the evening, did the defendant ever accuse his girlfriend of sort of dancing with some other person?
Yes, he did.
Did you physically hear the defendant make that accusation?
Yes, I did.
The portion of the video we're about to watch, is that the only portion that in any way relates to any sort of accusation of dancing with another man?
Yes, it does.
And I know it's a little hard to see, but trailing behind you on the video, there's a guy coming in sort of a white shirt, like a white baseball jersey. You've watched this video, right?
Yes, I have.
Do you know who that is?
No, I do not.
Is that any person that you've ever met?
No.
Is that any person that was there with you at the landing that night?
No.
Is that any person that you saw interacting with Kay Baker other than whatever we're about to see in the next few seconds of this video?
No.
This is somebody unknown to both you and your friend, Miss Baker.
Correct.
Ten 01:30. You burned about 10 seconds. Can you describe what is happening in that moment between you and Miss Baker?
We are hugging after we did a little dance, just excited for the evening out. And before that, a gentleman had walked by, and Kay turned for half a second and put her hands up.
Okay. Standing there, did you think Kay was dancing with that guy?
No, not at all.
Did that man come up and dance any more with Kay than we see on that video?
No, he just passed by.
Relevance to anything that we think about what we saw, the jury can certainly make their determination from the video.
I'll ask it a different way. Ma'am, is there anything about this video to suggest that it's somehow been altered, that there's some extended period of dancing that we're not seeing?
No.
I'm going to back up 1 second to right in the middle of that. Right at 10:01:24, there's a person coming out of the bathroom at the bottom right-hand corner in a green shirt. Do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
That is Matthew Terry.
All right, so I'll play the video again from that second. Right there at 10:01:33 or 32, did you see a person looking back at both you and Ms. Baker?
No, I did not at the time. I do now in the video, though.
But do you recognize who that person is in the video?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That is Matthew Terry.
All right, and I'll play this for a few minutes. Ma'am, you and Ms. Baker appear to be talking. Do you remember having a conversation with Ms. Baker during this time?
Yes, I do.
Was she expressing any desire to dance with some other man or date some other guy or break up with Mr. Terry or anything like that?
No.
There's a gentleman at about 10:02:50 that came out of the bathroom wearing a jersey that's labeled Pedroia. Is that the same gentleman that danced past you earlier?
From the video I've seen now, I believe so, but I don't remember at the time because I wasn't paying attention.
Now at about 10:03:25, is that you going to the restroom?
Yes, it is.
And where is Miss Baker walking towards?
She's walking towards the patio.
So I'm going to swap back to disc B. And I'm going to jump forward just a little bit here. It's 10:01:20. You have left already and gone inside. Is that correct?
Correct.
(10:01:42). There's a person coming out from a door and heading towards the table. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Matthew Terry.
(10:02:05). There are two gentlemen standing at the bar area. Is that your husband and Mr. Terry?
Yes, it is.
There's a gentleman who's just walked up back from the table and is going to the door, looking in for a split second, and then turning back around. Is that Mr. Terry?
Yes, it is.
Ma'am, since we originally saw the video, there's a person at the end of the table, across from your husband. Do you know who that person is?
I believe that's Tara's son.
All right. And also around this time, 10:03:35, somebody has come out from inside of the business and is walking towards the camera's direction and is wearing a red shirt. Who's that?
Kay Baker.
Someone stuck their leg out, and then Miss Baker stopped and turned to that person. Is that Nicholas Calicochi?
Yes, it is.
Ma'am, 10:04:43, there's a gentleman seated at the table. He's got his arms crossed across his chest. Is that the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Ten 10:05:45, there's someone coming out in a peach or orange colored top. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Now, before you sit down, I want to ask you, what do you remember happening at this moment when you get back to the table in regards to the defendant?
When I sat down, Matt immediately asked me who was Kay dancing with.
And did you have any idea in that moment what he was talking about?
No, I mean, I knew that there was a gentleman that passed us, but explained that she wasn't dancing with him, that it was just a mere passing.
And so did you specifically tell the defendant that Kay Baker was not dancing with the other guy?
Correct.
And how did the defendant react or respond to that?
He was very insistent that she did, and that I remember him saying something very strange along the lines of, I want to protect my queen and my kingdom. I was telling him he was being jealous and just to stop.
And when you told him that he was being jealous, did he let it go? How did he react?
After explaining to him over and over again what had really happened, he was pretty insistent for a while, and then he seemed to let it go at the moment.
Okay, so you describe it in a couple short sentences. He asked you who she was dancing with. You say she wasn't. You tell him you say something about him protecting his queen and his kingdom, and you tell him to stop being jealous. But is this more of a back and forth?
For the most part, I am getting defensive of Kay as my friend and accusing him of being jealous, and he just wants to know who she's dancing with, yes.
All right, so I'm going to play a little bit of the video now. It's 10:06:08 into 09. Mr. Terry's leaning forward, and now you turn your attention to him. And then at 10:06:15, you turn your head. Tell us what's happening.
That was the point where he asked me who was Kay dancing with.
And right about 10:06:21, you sort of pump your fist for a second. What are you doing in that moment?
showing him what Kay was doing at the time, a little dance with me, and then quickly turned for half a second to the gentleman that passed by.
All right, and so is this the time that you're talking about where he's telling you that he thinks Kay's danced with another guy and you're telling him no, she didn't?
Correct.
Ten 0907, Mr. Terry just pushed in a chair and he's grabbing something off the table. Do you remember there coming a moment where he left the table temporarily?
Yes, I do.
And is he gone for a few minutes and at some point later both he and Ms. Baker come back?
Yes.
Ten 0920, is that Ms. Baker with her arm around Mr. Terry?
Yes, it is.
Did he just bring her a drink?
Yes.
Ten 1024, is that Ms. Baker again with her arm around Mr. Terry?
Yes, it is.
Is that now her rubbing his back and his shoulders?
Yes.
that Mr. Terry at 10:11:11 whispering into the ear of Kay Baker?
Yes, it is.
Ten 11:35. Ms. Baker and Mr. Terry have stopped talking face to face. They're not coming back to the table. Do you remember this moment when they come back to the table?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what happened.
Kay came up to me and asked me what was Matt talking about, and when he returned, he said, just own up to it.
Mr. Terry said, just own up to it?
Yes.
Who did that comment appear directed at?
Kay.
So he was telling Kay Baker to just own up to it. And what ensued following just own up to it?
Can you repeat that question?
How did the conversation unfold from there?
She basically said, how can I own up to something that didn't happen?
And at that point, did you realize that Mr. Terry was still accusing Kay Baker of dancing with someone else?
Yes, I did.
Did you attempt to again explain to Mr. Terry that Kay Baker was not dancing with another man?
Correct.
Is that what we're about to see?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, at 10:12:06, you do this motion with your hands where you sort of cross them. What do you remember talking about in this moment?
Basically that I was explaining that the man had just passed by us at that time.
All right, so you're still talking at this point about the accusation.
Correct.
Ten 12:36, you're again doing this sort of fist pumping motion. What's happening then?
I'm just explaining how when we got together, we were doing a little dance, and that he came by and did it along with us as he passed by. I don't believe he even stopped.
All right, so these seconds continue to unfold. This is all still that same conversation about the accusation?
Correct.
And how would you describe Mr. Terry's demeanor during the course of this conversation?
He was very frustrated and insistent that it did happen.
Ten 13:47, you and Ms. Baker appear to be talking. Are you still talking about this argument or discussion about this accusation?
Yes, we were.
10:14:08, Ms. Baker appeared to put her hands up and walk away. Was that kind of the end of the conversation for the moment?
For the moment, yes.
All right, and so for the rest of the evening, does the accusation, at least as far as at the landing, does the accusation of dancing with another man come up again?
Not at that time.
All right, so I'm going to jump to the final disc. Disc D. All right, it's now 11:37:28 a.m. according to the timestamp. Are you, your husband, Ms. Baker, and the defendant the only people left at the landing still?
Yes.
There's a variety of stuff on the table. Is that like, it looks like maybe a pizza carton or whatever? Is that like food that you all have already eaten?
Yes.
So I'm going to jump ahead. All right, it's now 11:37:58 a.m. on the timestamp on the video. Is that Ms. Baker grabbing her purse?
Yes, it is.
Is that, she seems to be talking to someone. Is she talking to Nicholas Calicochi?
I believe she's saying goodbye.
You appear to be on your phone. Do you remember what you were doing around this time?
I was ordering an Uber home.
Is 11:39:01 or 02? Is that Mr. Terry still raising a drink to his mouth?
Yes.
(11:39:39). Is this Miss Baker and Mr. Terry leaving the landing?
Yes.
At this moment, when they're leaving, has the conversation about the accusation faded from memory and no longer a concern, or is there like still an argument about it going on at this time?
No, it seemed to be dropped.
Okay. (11:39:46). Just beneath the TV, you can see a pair of headlights. Right about here-ish, if you can see my cursor. Do you know whose car that is?
No, I do not.
Once Mr. Baker and Mr. Terry leave the landing, do they ever come back?
No.
Do you and your husband remain there for a while waiting for your Uber to come pick you up?
Yes, we did.
All right, I'm going to pause the video a second. At some point, while you were sitting at the landing, waiting for your Uber to come pick you up, did you receive a phone call?
Yes, I did.
Who called you?
Kay did.
And do you remember about what time that is?
I just know it was 11:40 something. I can't remember exactly.
Okay. So it's somewhere still within like 10 minutes of this moment on video we're watching.
Correct.
And Ms. Baker calls you, and can you tell where they are from the sounds in the background?
It sounds like they're in the car.
So they're in the car, and what is Ms. Baker calling you about?
She's calling me because Matt is accusing her again of dancing with that guy.
And can you tell if Mr. Terry is anywhere in the vicinity of this phone call as it's being made?
Yes, I believe I was on speaker because he could hear me. I was telling him to stop. You're just being jealous. You need to just drop it.
All right. And so this phone call is somewhere post 11:40. Do you believe you're still at the landing when this phone call happens?
I do now that I see the video.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump ahead to about 11:48. I'm going to start at 11:48:18. On the table, there is a bright light. Is that your phone?
Yes, it is.
And it appears to be lit up at the moment. It went dark. When your phone rings, does the screen light up?
Yes, it does.
And if a phone ends or a phone call ends, does the screen turn off?
Usually, yes.
All right. At 11:48:42, your screen lit up again. And now you look at your wrist, and your wrist appears to light up. What is that?
My Apple Watch. It's
Does
connected
your
to
Apple
my
Watch
phone.
notify you when you're getting a phone call?
Yes, it does.
Is this you picking up the phone and putting it to your ear to have a phone call?
Yes, it is.
Is this you having the phone call with Kay Baker where she tells you that Matthew Terry is still accusing her of dancing with another man?
Yes, it is.
And that phone call appears to have started at the tail end of 11:48. $11:49:51. Is that you ending the phone call and putting the phone back down?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that phone call, to the best of your recollection, lasted about a minute?
Yes.
And during that minute, are you positive, are you 100% certain that you recall Kay Baker calling you because Matthew Terry was still accusing her of dancing with another man?
Yes, I am.
And do you recall having to again tell the defendant he was being jealous and to stop it?
Yes.
And do you recall hearing him acknowledge you when you told him he was being jealous and to stop it?
Yes.
Somewhere shortly after this phone call, did you receive a text message from Ms. Baker?
I did.
And do you remember what that text message was about generally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, if I can approach. This is States 54. I should mark these. A and B. Ma'am, did you have a chance to look at these before court?
I did.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
As to 54A and B, do they fairly and accurately depict both the call log from your phone as well as the text message you received from Kay Baker?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit number 54A and B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
So I'm going to play the video again just so I don't have to jump back and forth. I'm going to move to 11:56. We'll pick up here at about 11:55:25. At about 11:55:42, it looks like you're looking at your phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what you were doing at this moment?
Probably checking to see if the Uber was on its way.
So you've not yet received this text message.
I don't believe so. I think it was a little after.
There was a period of time there where you were using your thumbs to do something with the phone, and then you stopped and made a comment to your husband and were talking. Do you remember if that's around the time you received the text message from Kay?
Yes,
When you received that text message, did you take the time to respond to her?
I did.
When you hold your cell phone, are you the kind of person who like hunts and pecks with their index finger, or do you type with your thumbs?
I type with my thumbs.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish State's Exhibit number 54.
You may publish.
This is State's Exhibit 54B. Is this a photo of your phone depicting the call log from Kay Baker at 11:48 that lasted approximately 1 minute?
Yes.
State's 54A. Is this the conversation you had with Kay Baker at 11:56?
Yes, it is.
So for anyone who doesn't know how text messaging works in the modern era, if any such person exists, on the left there is a box in sort of gray. Whose text message is that?
Case.
And then on the right there's boxes in green. Whose text messages are those?
Mine.
Okay. And so if you would, could you read the gray box that you're attributing to the text message from Kay Baker?
It says, LOL, sorry for that, so dumb, all good now.
And I guess that's a little smiley face.
Yes.
And then the next text message that you send back is what?
Tell Matt to stop being stupid or I'm going to punch him in the balls.
Did you mean that literally? Are you literally going to punch somebody in the balls?
No.
Why were you saying that?
I really wanted him to stop being jealous and to drop it and stop the fight.
Is this the last conversation you ever had with Kay Baker?
Yes, it is.
The next morning, did you wake up to news from either the actual news, like on TV, or from other people who were text messaging you, or whatever the case may be?
Yes, I did.
And did you have reason to suspect that something might have happened to Miss Baker?
Yes, I did.
I'm not going to put it back up, but there's a text message there at about 9:32 in the morning asking Miss Baker to call you or text you. Is that because you were already trying to figure out where she was and if she was okay?
Yes.
At some point, did law enforcement reach out to you and ask to talk with you?
Yes, they did.
Did they meet with you and your husband?
Yes, at my house.
Did you provide them information regarding what had happened at the landing bar the night before, as far as going to the bathroom, crossing paths, the other guy, the little dancing, all of those sorts of things?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of any moment that is not on video that we've already seen where Kay Baker is dancing with another guy?
No.
Was there any portion of the conversation that night where the defendant suggested there was some other moment in time where his girlfriend was being unfaithful and dancing with another guy?
No.
That's it.
That's it.
Those 5 seconds.
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
afternoon, Ms. Andrews.
Good afternoon.
I know she was your best friend, so I'm going to try to keep this brief. But that night, there was not one moment where Matthew Terry screamed at Kay about this so-called dancing incident, was there?
No.
He didn't push her, right?
No.
Didn't slap her?
No.
Didn't kick her?
No.
Didn't punch her?
No.
Didn't do anything that caused you any concern when they were leaving that something physical might occur?
No.
In fact, on the way home, when you get the call from Kay, you tell him, cut it out, and you hear him in the back go, okay, okay, right?
Correct.
You don't hear him screaming at her?
No.
You don't hear him cursing at her?
No.
He's not cursing at you saying, Kelly, stay out of this, this is none of your business?
No.
He just says, okay, okay.
Correct.
And then when you get the message from Kay, the last thing is that it's all good now, right?
Correct.
And you're close enough with them that you say, tell him to stop or I'm going to kick him in the balls, right?
Correct.
No reason to think anything would get physical, right?
No.
Could I just have a moment?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Regret?
There was that end moment there that we got to watch about 11:30. Mr. Terry took a drink, then he hugs your husband goodbye, and he's having a conversation with you and your husband. Describe his level of intoxication at that point.
He was intoxicated. I could tell by his his eyes and the way he was slurring his words.
All right. You could hear him slurring words.
Yes.
You could see, what about his eyes?
They just looked glossy and a little closed.
All right. And again, I'm not suggesting you're any kind of expert, but in just your everyday experience of dealing with people who've ever been intoxicated, did you believe the defendant was intoxicated at that point?
Objection, relevance outside the scope, beyond your expertise.
I'll allow her to offer her lay opinion as to beyond the scope. I'll allow you to cross.
I do, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Recross.
Just to be fair, you had been drinking that night too.
Correct.
You had actually been drinking before you even got to the landings, right?
Correct.
And so had Kay, right?
Correct.
And Kay was intoxicated too, right?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay. So the whole group was drinking, not just Mr. Terry, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Eddie, redirect.
When Kay left, did you think that Kay was as intoxicated as the defendant?
No, I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Release or subject to recall?
She is subject to recall.
Okay, ma'am, you may step down, but you are subject to recall. So I don't know if they want you to wait outside or not.
No, she's free to go.
Free to go for today, but you may be recalled. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask the state to go ahead and call the next witness.
State call Sean Andrews.
Sean Andrews, please. Mr. Andrews, good afternoon and welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
You'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, sir. If you would, introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, I am Sean Andrews.
And Mr. Andrews, are you the husband of Kelly Andrews,
Yes, sir.
the woman that just walked out of the courtroom?
That's her.
Okay. I want to talk with you about Kay Baker. Do you know Kay Baker?
I do.
And how did you first come to meet or know Kay Baker?
I met Kay roughly 10 to 12 years ago. Friends of my wife, Kelly.
All right. Friends of your wife eventually ended up becoming your friend.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. And so throughout the years, as the decade passes, do you become friends with Kay Baker, get to know her kids, so on?
Yes, we hung out quite a bit. She has kids, we have kids, so they constant interaction. So we spent a lot of time together.
As part of knowing Ms. Baker, did you come to know that at some point she started a relationship with a gentleman named Matthew Terry?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you ever get a chance to meet Matthew Terry?
Yes, I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
And could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly who you're talking about?
He's in the second next to the other gentleman with glasses on, olive suit. White.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect that he's identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
All right. Tell me about how many times you think prior to May 28th you had hung out with or met with or talked with the defendant.
So my first interaction with him was roughly January of this year.
And how often do you think between January then and May you all would see each other?
So from January to May, more interaction was involved. So if I was to guess, it would be once a week, could be once every 2 weeks.
All right, so
Quite a
fair
bit.
to say 2 to 4 times a month?
Yes.
And that's like a 5-month period, so maybe 10 to 15 times?
Yeah, could be more, but roughly that time frame.
Most of the time when you got to see Mr. Terry, was it sort of like a couple's double date sort of situation?
It was always yes.
You'd go out with your wife, he'd go out with Miss Baker, and
Right.
the two couples would go out to dinner or whatever the case is?
Or it could be they came to our house with Kay's kids and our kids interacting.
Did there ever come a time where you had a chance to hang out with Mr. Terry, just you and him, as guys?
Not just as guys. There was one evening where I took my boys and he took Kay's kids. We met at Chili's. We had dinner. Let the kids have fun. Came, shortly after that. We were all done, and that was our only interaction.
It's like a dinner.
Yes.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that through the multiple times you got to meet Mr. Terry, you had a chance to interact with him and get to know him?
Yes, sir.
During any of those social occasions, did you ever have a chance to be around Mr. Terry when he was drinking?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever have a chance to make observations? And I'm not going to ask you what the observations are, but did you have a chance to form your own observations as to what Mr. Terry's like when he's been drinking?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk with you about the night of Friday, May 27th, 2022. Did you end up going to the landing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have to work that day?
I did. That was, like you just said, that was a Friday. I got off work at 6. My commute time from work to home was about an hour. Ahead of time, I had ordered an Uber, and I got to the landing roughly 7:30, 7:45.
So when you get to the landing around 7:30, 7:45, is your wife already there?
She is.
Is Kay Baker there?
She is.
Is the defendant there?
Yes, sir.
And are there a couple other people that are there hanging out?
There were other people at a table, yes.
And your table, can you describe for the jury, where is this table at the business?
So we were outside of the restaurant bar. It was a fairly large table. There was a small little bar near where we were. There was roughly 6, 7 tables out in that area.
So it's like a patio outdoor seating area?
Outdoor setting.
All right. And for most of the night, were you seated at the end or the head of the table?
Yes.
Who was seated to your right?
To my right, if I remember, I think my wife.
And who was seated to your left?
That would have been Matt.
And then next to Matt, was that Kay Baker?
I don't know, unfortunately, at that time.
Well, I mean, was she sitting with her boyfriend parts of the night?
She was there at the table, yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure people got up and
Got
went to
up,
the
and that's
bathroom
why I
and
don't
moved around.
remember if left side, right side.
Okay. Somewhere during the course of that evening, after you've been there for a couple hours, have people already started drinking?
People were drinking before I got there.
Well, but once you get there, because you
Once I
actually
get,
see it.
yes, people were drinking, yes.
Okay. Were you drinking?
I was.
What were you drinking?
I was drinking beer.
Bud Light?
Yes, sir.
I had a feeling. What does your wife drink?
Typically, my wife drinks wine. Sometimes she drinks seltzer, and sometimes she drinks a mixed drink.
Okay. And do you know what a White Claw is?
It's a seltzer.
What's a seltzer for anybody who doesn't drink it? Is that like seltzer water, like it's just carbonated water?
It is an alcoholic drink. Unfortunately, I could not give you a true definition.
Fair enough. It's an alcoholic
It is an
drink.
alcoholic drink.
I just want to make sure people don't think it's like seltzer water. It's just
No.
carbonated water.
It is an alcoholic drink. It's low in carbs.
Okay. And so you're drinking beer, your wife's drinking White Claws. Do you remember if the defendant was drinking an alcoholic drink, a beer?
From what I remember, it was a mixed drink.
Okay, some kind of alcohol.
Yes.
Not like a beer. I mean, alcohol's a beer, but like a liquor.
It was a liquor drink, yes.
Got it. Okay. Did you see the defendant drink multiple drinks? Or do you think he only had one that night?
More than one.
Did you see Kay Baker drinking that night?
I did.
Do you remember what she was drinking?
I believe she was drinking similar to what Kelly was. Mixed drink, wine, seltzer. Again, I'm not 100% sure how much of each. Or
I'm sure you weren't keeping tab of each individual drink, but she was
I was
drinking.
not, yes.
I want to talk with you about 10 o'clock at night, roughly, at the landing. You're already there, your wife's there, the defendant, Ms. Baker, are all there, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember there coming a moment where your wife got up, went to the bathroom, came back, sat down, and then there was some sort of like discussion between the defendant and your wife?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So going back what you said, Matt had went to the bathroom shortly after Kelly, my wife, and Kay went to the bathroom. I don't know exactly the time frame of how long that was when Matt came back to the table where I was sitting. Him and I were talking a few minutes. My wife came back. Shortly as we were sitting, Matt had asked my Kelly who Kay was dancing with.
And did you at that moment have any idea what he was talking about?
I had no idea. I was not inside.
And so I'm not going to ask you to repeat word for word everything everybody said, but I mean, can you tell me what the general tenor of the discussion was in that moment? Did your wife say, "Oh yeah, she was dancing with this guy"?
So her explanation was her and Kay were inside the bar. They were having a drink. There was talking, chatting going on. There was music playing inside the bar. Must have been a popular song that they liked. They just kind of did a little dance, raised their arms, hoo-rah-rah. There was a gentleman that passed him. She had said he was an elderly guy and that Kay did not dance with anybody at the bar, and to drop it, there was no big deal.
And did the defendant just immediately drop it and say, "Yeah, I'm sorry," or did the conversation continue?
He did not say he was sorry, but the conversation was dropped.
Okay. And so the conversation ends, and then a few minutes later, does the conversation come up again for some reason?
I think he did ask more questions about it.
Okay. And asked who?
Kelly.
All right. And did they again have to address this sort of topic of dancing with another man?
Yes. And again, it was reiterated that don't worry about it, don't be jealous. It was an elderly guy, that's not Kay, she's not who she is that she would be dancing with anybody. You know, you guys are boyfriend, girlfriend, just, get over it, it's not a big deal.
At any point, did you ever notice Mr. Terry getting up from the table and then going over to Kay Baker, who was standing talking at another table with some other people?
Yes, I did.
And you don't know what they were talking about in that moment, I would assume.
I do not, I was not close enough.
But then did they, after that conversation took place, come back to the table and again start talking about the accusation of dancing with another man?
So when I noticed that they were talking, he came back first.
Okay. And then did Kay come over and start asking your wife about it, about the whole accusation again?
Yeah, shortly after she came back to the table.
And so are they, again, your wife and Kay Baker now having to explain to the defendant what did or did not happen as far as dancing?
Yes.
And is the defendant still insistent on, "I saw it, I was there," or something to that effect?
It appeared it started to get a little bit more heated. I think he became more just aggravated, wasn't happy with what he saw with the situation. he didn't understand why Kay wouldn't confess, she wouldn't own up to her dancing with this specific individual.
And you use the word own up to. Do you remember him saying something to the effect of like just own up to it or just confess or something like that?
I did hear that.
So there's now a second conversation taking place about this allegation of dancing. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did that conversation then again draw to a close?
He had talked to me a couple times about it, just bringing it up casually. You know, he was explaining to me why he didn't understand why this happened. I had told him, don't worry about it, forget about it. I highly doubt this happened. But it was brought up a few times with me.
All right, so now you're talking about a moment where you're having like a sort of one-on-one conversation, you and him.
Yes.
Are you seated right next to each other?
Yes.
So you're talking to him from just a couple feet away.
Correct.
And I want you to describe what you noticed about the tenor of his voice, the tone of his voice, his demeanor in general. Did he seem happy about this?
He was not happy. My thoughts were, as he kept bringing it up, he seemed aggravated. When you bring up something like that with another individual and another female and male, to me that would mean there's obviously some jealousy involved. He just wanted probably clarification of truly what happened at that time.
And so you had a conversation with him, and then I guess at some point the night went back to other conversations, other topics. The night just passed.
Yeah,
along.
we had maybe another one. I think there was probably 2 or 3. They didn't last very long. I, again, told him, Matt, it's fine. I truly believe it's not a big deal.
So is it fair to say that throughout the course of the evening, you're now describing a conversation with your wife, then he gets up, he leaves, he comes back. Now there's another conversation with your wife and Kay, and separate and apart from that, you're describing at least one, if not a couple other times where it's just you and him still talking about this one topic, this accusation.
So I would say yes, just with him and I think maybe with another one, Kelly was at the table as well.
Okay. At some point, did the night start to draw to a close? People start packing it up, going home, making preparations to leave?
Yes.
Was that somewhere around 11:30? Were you still at the landing with your wife when Kay and Matt would have been packing up to go home?
So from my memory and on my wife's text messages, phone calls, I believe we did leave at 11:30. We did take an Uber home.
Okay, so at some point later you took an Uber home.
That is correct.
But do you ever remember there coming a moment after Kay and Matt have left that your wife gets a phone call where she appears to be talking to Kay Baker, and it's again about the accusation of dancing?
She did get that phone call.
You were not on that phone call, right?
I was not on the phone call.
It was not on speakerphone. You couldn't hear what was being said, could you?
It was not.
But at least from the end of the phone conversation you could hear, meaning your wife, did your wife get yet another phone call after the defendant and Kay Baker have left the landing and she's having a conversation about the accusation of dancing with another man?
I'm sorry, did you say another phone call?
Right, just the one phone call. After
Oh.
they've left, is there still another conversation about accusations of dancing with another man?
There was that phone call, but then there was also a text message.
I got it, but you didn't send the text message, right?
I did not know.
So we'll rely on whatever your wife told us as far as that. I'm just asking, did you hear your wife on the phone having another conversation about the accusation of dancing with another man?
I heard her talking, but I don't know the specifics of that conversation. I'm only going by what she had told me after the conversation.
Fair enough. I want you to describe for the jury at the time that Kay Baker and Matthew Terry left, what can you tell me about observations you made about Ms. Baker in terms of how sober or not sober she might have been?
I don't necessarily know if she was sober or not. I know she appeared to be in a position where she could drive home. I know that night she did have drinks. That's all I could recall at this time.
Okay, so she wasn't like stumbling, falling down, anything like that?
No.
You thought she was perfectly okay to drive?
That's correct.
Can you describe what the defendant was like at the tail end of the night when he's saying goodbye to you and stuff, his level of sobriety?
He definitely had more drinks than Kay at that time.
Okay, and what are you relying on for your observations for deciding that he'd had more drinks and it was impacting him in any greater capacity?
I did not count how many drinks he had. I'm just going by our past and how much I had, that he had a similar amount. Mine was beer typically mixed drinks are a little bit outweigh more on the alcohol content of beer.
Speculation.
Hold on. Just, I'll caution the witness not to speculate. Let's move on. Ask another question.
You thought he was having as many drinks as you did.
Correct.
But what I'm asking is, what did you observe in terms of any things he might have done that would have led you to believe whether or not he was sober or not sober? Did you make any observations about him?
My observation at that time would be slurring of words, eyes bloodshot, possibly, I remember a little bit of swaying, stumbling a little bit throughout the rest of the evening.
And so, again, I don't mean legally, because intoxicated has a legal definition.
Correct.
Did you think Mr. Terry was intoxicated that night?
I think he had his fair share of drinks.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Andrews.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks for asking.
You used a term I just wanted to clarify. You said things got a little heated. Do you remember describing it before as just a little tension?
Are you stating when Matt and Kay were talking away from me?
No, I'm talking about the conversation in general about this whole dancing issue.
I would say it got a little heated on the tone of his voice and the fact that it just kept being brought up.
Sure, but there was no fight, right?
There was no fight, there was no outburst, arguments throughout that night, no.
Great, and certainly no threats, right?
No.
Nothing physical happened,
No.
not even something as, not that any physical is ever good, but nothing even as minor as a push, anything of that nature.
No, I never saw that.
Okay. And in fact, you said Matt seemed fine and the topic was dropped, right?
Well, again, he brought it up, I wouldn't say necessarily several times, but it was mentioned quite a few times, so he definitely seemed to be bothered, and based on bringing up those conversations, it appeared that it did anger him, it made him jealous of the situation, and he wasn't quite sure of what was going on.
Now, when you say angry, though, you've described it as something that really wasn't a big deal, right? Because we're not talking about something where he's screaming at anybody or making a scene, right?
Correct.
So this was something that pretty much was discussed, and that was it. There was no scene, nothing that happened, no issue that was caused as a result.
There was no scene, but again, my reason or definition of anger was just as time went on, it just seemed to be his tone seemed to be louder, his demeanor, facial expressions.
You certainly didn't think anything physical would occur, right?
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't have let Kay leave with someone you thought would harm her, right?
That is correct.
Could I just have a moment?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
I don't have anything, Your Honor.
Is he released or subject to recall?
He is subject to recall.
All right, so you may step down, but you are subject to recall.
So that means
And you don't have to wait outside today, but there's a possibility
You'll be called back.
they may call you to come back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is time for our afternoon break. It is exactly 3 o'clock. We'll take a 15-minute break. Please not discuss the case among yourselves. If there's anyone else, please not do any research related to the case. All rise, please. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. I just want to let you all know that I did get an email from the chief judge who said they are monitoring the situation, but that he does not anticipate the courthouse closing on Thursday, but would update us tomorrow. So we'll continue as planned.
Judge, I have Ms. Tara Johnson outside. She's the next witness. Mr. Dirks called Deputy Brian Gibson, who I believe we can also get on today, and he's going to attempt to call one other detective, Kelsey Davis, to knock that out today. But that will literally be the end of everything we would have for today. So we should be able to end fairly early enough that people can still go vote if they need to.
Okay, but do you think that we'll be able to do 3 of them between 3:15, 3:20, and 5 o'clock?
I did 4 in 2 hours. I would imagine we could do 2 and even shorter.
I thought you did 3.
Or, well, if we get a third.
Okay, all right. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
President is seated. Everyone else is going to be seated this time. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, welcome back. We're going to put on a couple more witnesses. It's 3:20 now. And as I said, I'm going to get you out of here at before 5 o'clock. I also just want to remind you all, if you have any trouble hearing either the attorneys, the witnesses, or me at any time, raise your hand and let us know while it's happening so that we can speak louder at the time. All right, Mr. Diaz, I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Terry Johnson.
Mr. Diaz, can you check for me, is that microphone on the...
The green light is turned on.
Okay.
Yeah, the green light here is definitely turned on. Now it's off. Now it's on.
Make sure you leave it up. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Johnson, good afternoon and welcome, ma'am. If you'll come forward and be sworn, you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow
Right
the
this way, ma'am.
bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is adjustable.
Afternoon, ma'am. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, I'm Tara Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, do you know someone named Kay Baker?
Yes,
Was Ms. Baker a coworker of yours?
yes,
And how long have you known her then in total?
2 years.
I want to talk with you about Friday, May 27th, 2022. Did you and Ms. Baker, after work that day, go to a work function, a work party at a place called the Roadhouse?
We did,
And were you there for a couple hours hanging out with other coworkers?
yes,
During that time, was Ms. Baker drinking?
yes,
And at the end of the period of time, somewhere around 5:30, did you all decide to split and go separate ways?
no, we decided to get back together. It was just the afternoon, and it wasn't all that long, so we both live in the same direction. We decided we would meet up somewhere in the middle, and I would bring my spouse, and she was going to go get her boyfriend and some other friends from that worked with us previous years,
And
and meet up at a place kind of in between the both of us.
what place did you pick to meet at?
The Landing.
And so somewhere later that evening, after you had parted, you to go get your husband, her to go get her boyfriend, did you all meet back up at the Landing?
Yes, we did.
And when you arrived, who was there?
I think I was the last one, so it was, I came with my husband and my son, and another colleague from school was there with her boyfriend, Miss Juarez, and then Kay was there with Mr. Terry, and then also there was Kelly Andrews there with her husband.
And so you said Mr. Terry or Matthew Terry. Do you see Kay's boyfriend in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly who it is you're talking about?
He's wearing, I think it's a gray suit. He's in between two people sitting in the middle.
All right, and he's the one in the middle there?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
All right, so this gentleman is there with Kay Baker.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You gotta answer out loud. And do you understand this to be Miss Baker's boyfriend then?
Yes.
So tell me what the atmosphere is like when you first arrive at the Landing and all the people are kind of already assembled.
We were in a good mood. We were celebrating, and they had drinks out, and we came in. We ordered, I think my husband ordered some nachos, and then we ordered some drinks. Everybody was talking. We introduced ourselves. Some of the people I didn't know until that night.
All right, and so as the night's proceeding, are you guys having drinks and eating appetizers or food or whatever it is?
Mm-hmm. And then we were just talking, and we're talking about meeting up again for Memorial Day. Miss Juarez lived near
Let
the
me stop you
beach.
there. I don't want to get too much into what everybody said because I want to run into hearsay problems, okay? So what I want to do is I want to instead focus your attention very specifically to somewhere around the 10 o'clock hour. Did you realize there was some sort of disagreement, discussion, argument occurring between Ms. Baker and the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what you remember happening that kind of first drew your attention.
Well, Kay and went to the bathroom, and Kelly went to the bathroom. At least I assumed that, because they both got up, went inside. And we were still sitting at the table with my husband and my son. And then they came back, and they stopped to talk to someone else on the side that worked there, I believe. And all of a sudden, you could just see that things had changed. It became a little tense. And my husband already wanted to go. When he's one of those guys that when he's ready to go, we got to go. He had my purse sitting ready to go. And I told him, I said, just give me a minute. Things seem tense. And I overheard them talking about Kay. Well, as Kay was inside, he, Mr. Terry, accused her of dancing with another man and was upset about it. And Kay said that she wasn't. And I just didn't want to go on that bad a note. I started to feel the tension, and I asked my husband, just give me a minute. And I kind of leaned in toward them, and he was talking, and she was talking. He was right next to me at that point, because there was no one sitting, because it was Mr. Terry, then Kay, and then myself. But she was across the table at this point, because they had just come from out in the building, and we were outside.
You're wandering way far afield here. Let me get you back on track, okay? I'm going to put on some video.
Okay.
And I'm going to play a few seconds. I'm starting at 10:11:28 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
This is State's Exhibit number 53, Disc C.
Okay. Yeah, my son's leaving.
All right, and I'm just going to pause it here for a second at 10:11:45 just to get all of the main people here identified. I'm going to start on the left. There is a gentleman with a white hat. Who is this?
That's my husband.
And he's got his arm around somebody else. Who is this?
My son.
Okay. Here, seated at the table with their back to the camera, is a person in black. Who is this?
Myself.
Next to you, there's a gentleman just starting to take a seat in a green shirt. Who's this?
This is the defendant.
There is a gentleman next to him in a blue shirt at the head of the table. Who's this?
Mr. Andrews, I believe.
Opposite the table from you is a female in red.
Kay.
And then next to her is another female.
Kelly.
All right, so now we've got everybody identified. I'm going to play some more again. All right, so we just watched a few seconds there. Ms. Baker appeared to be pointing at herself, and now Ms. Andrews appears to be putting her hand up, like exposing her palm in the direction of the side of the table where Mr. Terry is seated. Is this the moment that this accusation and subsequent conversation is taking place?
Yes, and the reason I remember is because my son wanted to say goodbye to Kay, but already saw that something tense was going on, so he just left.
10:12:19, is that your son then kind of motioning and then walking away?
Mm-hmm.
This is the time your son is leaving?
Mm-hmm.
You got to answer out loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know that this is the time the argument is happening?
Yeah.
Now, there appears to be a conversation going on at the table involving Ms. Andrews, Ms. Baker, and Mr. Terry. Is Mr. Terry making the accusation that Kate Baker was dancing with another man?
Yes.
Does Ms. Baker, in return, deny it?
Yes.
Does Ms. Andrews also deny that that ever happened?
Yes.
Okay, and I want you to walk us through the portion where you get involved in the conversation now. Tell me what, if anything, you say and what happens.
Well, I just wanted, I didn't want to leave on a bad note, and so I thought I could appease the situation. I also had not drank as much, I think, as the others. Can't say that with 100% guarantee, but I felt like I was going to try to smooth it over. So I walked up, I looked at both of them, and I looked at him, and I said, you know what? Don't worry about it. you obviously are, this is silly to even be upset about, because think about it, you both love each other. I said, must be because you're jealous and you think that she was dancing with another guy and this has gotten you upset, but you don't have to worry about it. You're jealous enough you love her enough to be jealous, but she loves you enough to have not even noticed that guy.
All right,
So it's all good.
Let me stop you there. You keep saying you. You say you're jealous.
I was talking to Mr. Terry.
And when you make a statement to the effect of telling the defendant he's jealous, what, if anything, does he do?
As soon as I said those words, he whipped his head around and he said, "Wait a minute, I'm not jealous. I have no reason to be jealous." And I said, I said, "No, wait, you are, because you're upset about this. You think that she was dancing with this other man and it's upset you." And then he said, "No." He goes, "Because jealous implies envious, and I'm not envious." And I said, "Well, I don't mean it that way. I mean that you're jealous because you're like a boyfriend who cared about his girlfriend, and you were protective of her." And he goes, "Well, of course I did. I look at her. She's beautiful, and I love her." And I think it kind of then, he was okay with that. At first I thought I made a mistake and made it worse. And then it kind of settled down, and it seemed like it was okay. And things weren't as tense. And
all right, I'm going to play some more video. 10:12:30, Mr. Terry does not appear to be talking to her, interacting with you directly. Is that correct?
Yep.
It looks like he turned to you for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, right there at about 10:12:56, it looks like you leaned over to him. Were you saying something to him?
Yep.
And then he looked at you again.
Yeah. But this time it was like eyeball to eyeball, and he just whipped his head around. That was when I mentioned the word jealous. And I thought I made a mistake.
Ten 13:22. Is that you and Mr. Terry talking to each other?
Yes.
All right,
Although
so-
I'm having trouble seeing it, yes.
Well, if you need to stand up or reposition,
Do you
please
mind?
do. I know it's a weird angle.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so is there a moment there where you're talking with Mr. Terry?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so you are talking inches apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I want you to describe the mood at the table while all of this is transpiring.
It was tense. That's why I didn't want to leave right away. It was tense.
And I want you to describe to the jury Mr. Terry's tone or tenor of his voice, his demeanor, any observations you made about how he was behaving.
He seemed upset. And he was kind of not listening to what I was saying until what struck me the worst was when I used the word jealous and he whipped his head around. That was the first time he actually acknowledged what I was saying or me.
All right, and you used the word upset.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a favorite football team, my favorite football team on
No,
the
he
weekend.
was mad.
He was mad, okay.
Yes.
Is that your husband putting the chair away?
Yes, this is my husband saying, "Let's go." For probably the 5th time.
Ma'am, is it fair to say that this conversation about the accusation and whatever went on for at least a couple minutes? Is that a yes?
Yes.
This was not like he said one thing, somebody said, no, that's not true, and it was over?
No.
You had not met Mr. Terry before that night, correct?
Correct.
That's the only time you ever met him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if Mr. Terry was drinking that evening?
Yes.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Terry's sobriety?
No, it wasn't until that point that I thought he didn't seem all that drunk. I thought he might have been drunk when he started to get upset like that.
Okay. Did you end up leaving not too long after this?
Yes.
I mean, by 10:30, 10:45, are you and your husband gone?
I know the exact time because when we got in the car, I texted Kay to say thanks for the invite. I had a great time, and that was at 10:44.
All right, so by 10:45, you're in the car and you're home.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I don't know if I was home, but I was definitely in the car on my way home.
Fair enough. You're correct. You were at least in the car on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You have no idea what transpired after 10:45 at the landing.
No, sir.
You have no idea how much drinking did or did not occur after 10:45 at the landing.
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sorry.
Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson. You just said that you had only met Matt that night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Yes,
court reporter,
yes,
you've
ma'am.
got to answer out loud.
Sorry.
And because you only met him that night, you have no history of judging his demeanor, his intoxication, anything of that kind, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you described him as getting mad. Perhaps his mad or anger or upset or whatever you viewed came from a stranger interjecting in a discussion he was having with his
Objection calls
long-term
for
girlfriend.
speculation.
Sustained as to speculation.
Do you know what he was mad about?
He was upset because she was dancing with another gentleman, in his opinion.
Well, in regard to what he might be upset about, you really don't know if that's what upset him or if it was you interjecting in something that had nothing to do with you, right?
Actually, he stated that he was upset about that prior to me saying anything.
Didn't you say that you thought it was you using the term jealous that actually made things worse?
That could be.
Okay, so it may have had more to
That I
do,
can't answer for either, but he was already upset before I used the word jealous.
and it may have had more to do with you calling him a stranger jealous about an incident you didn't even view, right?
No, what I was saying was that before I ever interjected, he was already upset.
Okay. You didn't view the dancing, right?
No.
You had never met him before, right? You weren't a long-term close friend like Kelly and Sean were, right? And you just jumped into this discussion, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were drinking too that night, right?
Yes.
In fact, what you were drinking was a vodka drink called a Moscow Mule.
Yes.
Your husband and son were both drinking as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said that you left because you thought everything seemed fine, right?
Yes.
Court reporter said that things had cooled down, right?
Yes.
In fact, things had cooled down so much that you sent Kay a text saying what a good time you had, right?
Yes.
And talking about getting together on another date, right?
Correct.
So nothing happened that prevented you from wanting to get together on another date, right?
No.
And when you first heard about Kay's death, what you thought had occurred was a drunk driving accident, right?
That's what I assumed.
Could I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further.
You're right.
Ma'am, just to clarify, when you initially came to the erroneous belief that there was a drunk driving accident, did you know how Kay Baker had died?
No. Oh, well, we were given a text message from the school, and
All right,
just
but I don't want to talk
yeah,
about what
no.
people said. I mean, had people specifically like shown you pictures of what had happened?
No, nothing at all.
Had people talked with you to tell you I was there, I saw it?
No, and I didn't know how long she stayed or how much she drank afterward either.
Okay, you just used whatever little information you had and arrived at a
Correct.
conclusion. Thank you, ma'am.
Excused or subject to recall?
She's excused.
Excused by the defense?
Excuse.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time.
And can we approach before we bring in this witness?
Yes.
Bryant.
Gibson?
Brian Gibson, yes, thank you.
I don't see him on the list.
I think he may be on the next.
What number?
He's number 9, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see. Detective Gibson, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good. Will you come forward, be sworn as a witness?
Yes, sir.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective. You follow the bailiff to the ramp.
Good afternoon, guys.
Up to the witness chair. Please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjusted. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
How's it going? I'm Detective Brian Gibson with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
All right, Detective Gibson, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Coming up in March will be going on my 10th year.
And what is your current assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a detective in our Criminal Investigations Division assigned to the Homicide Section.
And how long have you had that assignment?
I've been in the Criminal Investigations Division for over 4 years now and with the Homicide Section for about 2 years now.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention back to the month of May of this year, specifically the evening of May 27th into the early morning hours of Saturday, May 28th, 2022. Were you involved in an investigation regarding the death of Kay Baker, which occurred on Kite Ridge Road, Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Give me an idea when you first arrived and what did you do when you arrived? When did you arrive?
So I got there, like you said, in the early mornings around 2:14 in the morning. I then got with my supervisor who was on scene, and I learned that I was going to be assigned as the assist detective to the lead detective, Detective Ratu, and we were going to be investigating the case.
Okay. So you were going to assist Detective Ratu. You basically work together as a partner with him and do what has to be done.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall the first assignment that you had, the first thing that you did?
The first thing that we did was we made our initial observations of the incident location.
Did you, when you said the incident location, what location are you talking about?
The location in between 6209 and 6211 Kite Ridge Drive.
The place where Kay Baker was found?
Yes, sir.
Did you at any point go inside Kay Baker's residence 6207?
Later on, yes.
Later on. So the first place you went is to the location of Kay Baker's, where she was found. What assignment, if any, did you have relating to that particular part of the investigation?
I had no assignment at that part. I was just with Detective Ratu, and he started to conduct some interviews with some neighbors, so I just assisted him with those interviews.
At some point, then, did you leave those interviews and do anything else related to this investigation?
Yeah, after we left the interviews, then we responded to the north side of the neighborhood. In between the neighborhood and Lithia Pinecrest Road, there was a large brush area where we responded to Lithia Pinecrest Road over there.
Okay, and prior to that time, did you go inside the residence, or was that later on?
That was later on.
Later on. Okay, so what was the purpose of you and Detective Ratu going into that area that you just described?
We made some observations in between the houses, and then in the backyard leading to that bushy area, it looked like it was trampled down. So we were just looking for any possible evidence on that side of the roadway.
What did you notice, if anything, of interest to you and Detective Ratu in the backyard of 6207 or 6209 Kite Ridge?
What appeared to be blood drops on the ground.
And so is that part of the reason that piqued your interest to go into the adjacent area, the wooded area that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
You noticed there was some of the areas were trampled down. Did you continue looking around at that point?
Yes, on the other side, on the north side of that bushy area, then we started to look around on the ground, and then I found what appeared to be blood drops on the ground on that side of the road.
Is it dark or light at that point?
It's dark.
Okay, so you and Detective or two are using flashlights to make your observations?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, and based upon your suspicion that there were blood drops back in that area as well, what did you decide to do along with Detective or two?
We contacted the HCSO Canine Unit, and a bloodhound responded to that area. At that point, Detective Ritu and I did not want to contaminate the area any further, so we actually left the area. There was a marked deputy that was parked there, and like I said, we exited the area to continue on with interviews at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you a few photographs from exhibit, what has been admitted, exhibit number 20A through E. I'm going to show you those photographs. There's A, B, C, D. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and what are they?
They're going to be pictures of the blood drops that were found on the north side of the bushy area, just south of the Pinecrest Road.
Okay. And that's what caused the canine units to be contacted. You got out of the area.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you become aware that an individual had been apprehended back in that wooded area?
Yes, sir.
And did you and Detective Ritu or other officers have any interest or concern about discovering a weapon?
Yes.
A weapon that caused the death of Kay Baker?
Correct.
And what efforts did you make along those lines to try to discover a weapon?
In the area where he was found, we used metal detectors that morning when the light became available. We used hand metal detectors. We conducted grid searches that morning to look for any possible weapon or object that could have been used.
That was in daylight?
Yes.
That was the following day? So that would have been Saturday, or was it any days subsequent to that? Do you recall?
It would have been when the sun rose that morning once we got out there.
Describe the area that you were searching, the wooded area, the foliage, anything like that, but as it relates to being able to conduct a thorough search of that area.
It was a very thick, wooded area. We spent a good amount of time looking in that area. It was very thick, a lot of foliage and stuff like that.
So metal detectors were attempted to be used?
Yes, hand metal detectors and then little wands that we were using on the ground level as well.
Okay. Well, was any weapon ever found?
No, sir.
While you were, before it got light and while you were still there at the scene, did you also attempt to locate any weapon of interest to you?
Yeah, we looked along the areas that we were looking and searching for on Little Pinecrest Road.
You found nothing?
No, sir.
All right. Other than what you described, did you have any other part in this investigation other than assisting Detective or two?
No, sir.
Did you have any part in the marking of any suspected evidence, collecting any evidence? Did you have any responsibility along those lines?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions. Pass the
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Can this witness be released by the state or subject to recall?
He can be released, Your Honor.
And by the defense?
He can be released.
Jackie, thank you. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, the statement called Detective Davis.
I'm sorry?
Detective Kelsey Davis.
Davis?
She's number 22.
Thank you. Detective Davis, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me, and please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Detective. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed, Mr. Gertz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Davis. I'm with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 6 years.
Okay. And what is your current assignment?
I'm in the homicide section.
And how long have you been in the homicide section?
Since February of 2021. 22, I'm sorry.
All right, and so were you a homicide detective back in May of this year, 2022?
Yes, I was.
On the morning of May 28th, 2022, did you have any part in the investigation surrounding the death of Kay Baker occurring on Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what first caused you to become aware that you were going to be involved in this case?
So I received a call from my sergeant, Justin Fisher, from the homicide section around 5 o'clock in the morning, advising me of a homicide investigation that was ongoing and requested that I respond to the incident scene.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the incident scene?
About 6:11 in the morning.
Okay, you arrived at 6:11. Did you speak with anyone? Did you collect any information? What was it when you initially arrived there?
Yes, sir. Upon arrival, I spoke with Detective Van Gilder. He had been working since the early hours of the morning already on the case. I was instructed to take over from his duties, cataloging the crime scene, documenting any remaining pieces of evidence that needed to be diagrammed, photographed, and so on.
So you're basically taking over for a very tired Detective Van Gilder.
That's correct, yes.
All right. In your discussions with the other officers who had already been there, did you become aware that 6207 Kite Ridge was a residence of interest?
Yes, I was advised that that was the residence of the decedent.
All right. So you're taking over for Detective Van Gelder. What was the first thing that you did pursuant to those responsibilities?
I learned that there had been a search warrant that was authored and served at the residence, 6207 Kite Ridge. I then finished whatever there was left to be done within the house, which was very little. I took a look inside, saw that there was an open window that appeared to lead outside into the residence. I learned after speaking with Detective Van Gilder that there appeared to be quite a bit of blood outside of the incident scene, and my primary task was cataloging that blood that was located kind of outside of the residence and around the immediate area.
Were there other crime scene investigators that you worked with while you were there?
I did. I worked with CSI Durr and CSI Douglas, who both assisted me in documenting the incident scene.
Okay. You first you finished up whatever had to be done in the inside.
Yes.
After you finished that, then you worked to the outside.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any part or participation in the determination of any evidence markers which were going to be located in that backyard area?
Yes.
Did you work with other crime scene investigators along those lines in those markers' placement?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what sort of evidence that you noticed out there which were marked?
Yes. So beginning at 6207, as well as from where the decedent was located, We noted quite a bit of blood that appeared to kind of be directed within a trail pattern. We walked that line, walked the entire area, and marked any place where we found any drops of blood or anything that resembled that.
And were those evidence markers had either numbers or letters associated with them so they could be specifically identified?
Yes, they were both numbered numerically as well as with letters of the alphabet as well.
Were any swabs taken from any of those markers?
Yes.
Did you play any part in the collection of the swabs?
No.
Did you, after the swabs were taken, did you have any part in the chain of custody of those swabs?
No.
Those who had responsibility over either the swabbing or the taking into custody of those swabs?
CSI DER.
And was Brandon Douglas also involved?
He was, yes.
And did he also take part in either the collection of the swabs or the taking those items into evidence?
Yes, any items of evidentiary value at the time on scene were collected, and chain of custody were deferred to crime scene investigator Douglas and crime scene investigator DER.
And you mentioned that there was some suspected blood in the backyard.
Yes.
Do you remember that there was also some blood or suspected blood continuing at any other place other than the backyard area?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So directly behind the residences in the neighborhood, the backyard's all backed up to a rather kind of brushy, overgrown area. It was a fairly thick, kind of clumps of grass, low-lying scrub, palmetto bushes, those kind of things. And through there we located several drops of blood on some of the low-lying brush. And then outside as well, beyond that kind of brushy area, was kind of a thin kind of median of grass that separated right onto Lithia Pinecrest on the roadway. So traveling a little bit further south, down from where the house was, we also located several additional drops of blood. All the way down approximately 8 house lengths in front of another house, 6223 Kite Ridge, which is right in the backyard. There was kind of a break in that kind of brush wooded area where we located quite a bit of blood, and that was the area where Mr. Terry was eventually taken into custody.
All right. And did you work with those same 2 crime scene investigators in marking those areas of interest?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you were in the backyard area of 6207 and 6209. I'm going to show you a few photographs if you would take a look at those. I've got first 9A. And 9B. And 9C. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
You were zoomed in.
Let me try this again. 9C. 9A. And 9B. Now that you've got a better look at it, do you recognize those as well?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. What do those photographs depict?
Those were the area of the immediate crime scene and behind the backyard of 6207, 6209, and 6211 Kite Ridge Drive.
Okay. There's no evidence markers back there at that point?
No.
Okay. So those photographs taken before any markers were placed there?
Yes, sir.
Were eventually markers placed there after you worked with detective crime scene investigators DER and Douglas?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you arrived at the scene, were you aware of there was a vehicle parked in the driveway of 6207?
Yes.
You can show you what has been marked for identification or admitted as 10A. Do you recognize 10A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is 10A?
That is a vehicle that is registered to Matthew Terry.
All right, when you were in 6207, did you notice any damage to any of the doors?
Yes, I
inside
did.
that residence?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask the crime scene investigators to make sure they had photographed those areas and documented their locations?
I believe Detective Van Gilder had instructed them to do so prior to my arrival.
All right. Did your investigation also include the attempt to locate any weapon that might have been used in this incident?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that, if you would, please.
So after documenting the initial crime scene, making any notations, preserving any evidence that we needed to preserve, right in the area behind 6223 Kite Ridge, which I mentioned was 8 houses down, just at the south of the incident scene, where our defendant was taken into custody. We did a line search of that immediate area, looking for anything that could be utilized as a weapon, anything sharp, anything of that nature that might fit that description. Part of that process was using several types of metal detectors to kind of scope the area. We did a line search of that immediate area, which is detectives or CSI or law enforcement individuals lining up sequentially and kind of just going down on a line, not neglecting any kind of area in our immediate reach or attention.
All right. So you mentioned that there were 2 different locations along that wooded area. You mentioned the address 6223, I believe, and then that also includes 6207 or 6209, which was part of your investigation.
Yes.
Was that wooded area extending all the way from 6207 all the way to 6223?
Yes, the wooded area and the grassy median were continuous all the way from 6207 all the way down to where we located Mr. Terry.
Okay, you said you conducted a line search. Were you and your fellow deputies able to stand side by side and do a line search all the way through the entire wooded area between 6207 and 6223?
As far as we could, yes.
All right, and did you discover anything of interest or of evidentiary value when you searched that area?
No, sir.
Were you able to, when you searched, were you able to get all the way in the heaviest part? Were you able to actually get down where you could see to the ground?
Some parts were obscured from view. Again, it was trying to get in as best we could.
So Detective Durr and Douglas marked everything that you instructed them to mark?
Yes, sir.
Did you take any part in the collection of any evidence in this case?
No, sir.
Did you conduct any interviews with any neighbors?
No, sir.
Was it your understanding that much of the investigation had been initiated before you ever arrived?
Yes, sir.
I think that's all the questions I had, Detective. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective Davis.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Now, you said that by the time you arrived, it was 6:11 in the morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're there basically to take over for Detective Van Gilder,
That's correct.
because there needs to be at least one detective there that's supervising the crime scene,
Yes, ma'am.
and so that would have been your role, is just taking over at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
So as far as the investigation goes, earlier you testified that's where we found the suspect or the defendant. You're referring to Mr. Terry,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, but you weren't there when Mr. Terry was placed in handcuffs and transported.
No, ma'am. I did not see Mr. Terry at any point during the investigation. He had left the scene prior to my arrival.
Okay, so all that's done prior to you even arriving.
Yes, ma'am.
And this wasn't a case where you were investigating like another portion of the case and then just arrived to the crime scene. The crime scene was the first place where you started.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the investigation that's going on at 6207 Kite Ridge as far as documenting the interior of the residence and the exterior, the majority of that also had been done prior to your arrival.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So you're just making sure that nothing is missed, I guess.
Yes.
You're not locating items of evidence yourself. It seems like all of that had already been done.
Yes.
Locating any potential blood evidence, marking those, taking photographs that Mr. Dirk showed you, all of that was done prior to your arrival.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the part that you're really participating in is doing the research, I guess, on the vehicle that was in the driveway. Is that something you did?
No, ma'am.
That was also done prior to your arrival?
Correct.
Okay, so that's just something that you're told.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't end up searching that vehicle that Mr. Dirk showed you, the silver car that was in the driveway?
I do.
You do? You search that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's something that you participated in?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't end up collecting any evidence from that vehicle?
No, ma'am.
And then you participated, you said, in searching that area behind the residence on as soon as daylight came with other detectives and crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all don't locate anything?
No, ma'am.
You're not involved in any other part of the investigation?
No, ma'am.
If I could have one moment?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be released
Yes, Your Honor.
and by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. State, did you have another one?
No, that was it.
That's it? For today? All right, not a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, I was going to get you out of here before 5 o'clock. Again, I don't know if any of you have not yet voted, but you should have plenty of time to get to the polls if you need to. We are going to start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have some more information on the tropical storm and information on whether we're going to be open on Thursday. But as of right now, it does look like we are, unless something changes. But I'll have more information again tomorrow. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to this case and avoid all reports of this case outside of the courtroom. We will see you back at 9 a.m. Have a safe trip home. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Hold on, I got another email regarding the schools. They're monitoring the situation prior to making any decision. All right, there's a lot of information there about school buses that can't operate at certain wind levels, so they're going to keep monitoring and let us know.
Judge, if we could first, I just want to give you a heads up as to where I think we are in terms of witnesses, because I'd like to clarify something with you. Anna Cox absolutely positively has to be my last witness because she has to basically rely on all the evidence already being admitted, including the DNA.
Who is Anna Cox?
She is my blood pattern expert.
Okay.
And so she needs to rely on, for example, the DNA evidence and all the photos and so on and so forth. So she absolutely has to be my dead last witness.
I don't have a problem with that.
And Alyssa Troutman is scheduled to be my second to last witness. So for tomorrow, what we have left, other than Ms. Troutman and Ms. Cox, are Dr. Perkins, the autopsy doctor, Dr. Devers from the medical examiner's office, who did not participate in the autopsy, but I have a suspicion may be a bit of a contested witness.
Can you tell me what you
Dr. Devers is going to opine that the defendant's wounds on his neck could be, she will not say definitively that they are self-inflicted, but she will talk about, if you remember from opening statement, she will talk about what are called hesitation marks, and hesitation marks are a sign of potential self-inflicted wounds. And I fully expect that Ms. Perry and I, or Ms. Perry and Mr. Dirks, will be going back and forth about her quite a bit. That's just my guess. There's also Brandon Douglas, who's going to introduce, I think, about 20 pieces of evidence tomorrow, photos and physical evidence. Robert Durr, who's only going to introduce two. Brandon Douglas, they're towards the bottom. We skipped them
here,
today.
15. See him.
Yes. Robert Durr, who's going to do 2 large packets of photos, what I would generally refer to as the blood trails. Dr. Mendoza, who we still need to litigate a motion about, potentially. And my lead detective, Detective Vertu. And I can also call Detective Watson at any point. He literally works across the street, so he can be here within 5 minutes.
What's the deal with Mendoza, Dr. Mendoza?
Dr. Mendoza, so this is the issue, and if Ms. Perry disagrees, certainly she can correct me. The defense filed a motion regarding the medical records and statements in the medical records.
That was the unreliability motion.
No.
Oh.
There was a separate. There was the unreliability motion to throw out the medical records in total. That was denied. Then we heard it again on Monday. It was denied a second time. There is a separate argument where Ms. Perry wanted to eliminate out any reference in the medical records where the defendant is notated as not answering questions of doctors. By anyone, really, but nurses, doctors, staff of the hospital. Okay? We litigated that motion. Judge Williams initially reserved ruling. Then, I believe it was at pretrial, came out and told us that he was granting the motion. This is the thing where I mentioned that I had the...
Granting their request to
eliminate out any section where it's noted the defendant was not answering questions. That he's not replying. Okay? At that hearing, and again, I have the audio, I can send it to you, but you kind of deferred it back to Judge Williams.
Well, that may have changed now. Judge Williams is most likely going to be out for the rest of the week.
Okay, so then I will send you the audio so you can hear it in advance, but I don't think that I am mischaracterizing it. At that moment, I said, Judge, does your ruling also apply to a witness who testifies live, who can say that my understanding of Judge Williams' ruling was the records are unclear where law enforcement is at the moment the defendant is not answering any questions and whether or not they're in any way participating or influencing the defendant's decision to not answer questions. And so I said, if I have a live witness who can say where the police are standing, even though you've already kind of heard it, that was the question of Deputy Curtis about where were you when the defendant was in the emergency room, the 15 feet, which I don't think this is 15 feet, I think it's a lot more, but whatever, he said 15 feet. I asked Judge Williams, does that apply if a witness testifies live and can clarify that law enforcement is not participating in the questioning? Dr. Mendoza was deposed, and she said the defendant would not answer her. She was clearly asking him questions for medical diagnosis, trying to discern what caused his injury so she could figure out how to treat him. And she says, he looked me in the eye, and then he looked me away. He looked away, and he never answered me. So I asked Judge Williams at pretrial if his ruling encompassed live testimony where we don't have the uncertainty of where the police are from the medical records.
So essentially that you want Mendoza to say exactly what you just said. She asked him a question, he looked at her, and he looked away.
He refused to answer her.
And Judge, the whole point of the motion and what has already been ruled on is that that is a comment on the defendant's right to remain silent. The officers were present. You heard from Deputy Curtis, who said he was there during not only the time prior to the defendant being transported, he actually followed the ambulance and then the defendant was in custody the entire time. Additionally, in the records themselves, on page 31, it says, officer at bedside indicates that he's not able to leave the room and must remain. Additionally, page 58, 2 officers bedside. They're asking questions in front of police officers. Of course he can't answer. And him not answering and them commenting thereon is a comment on his right to remain silent.
What does the case law say, though, on whether a doctor's question for medical purposes constitutes interrogation?
There isn't going to be anything specific unless you can find one that specifically talks about when officers are at the bedside holding the defendant in custody while the officer's doing that. By the way, in the records, one of the doctors actually specifically notes that they asked the officers to step out so that he could answer questions for a medical purpose, and the officers refused.
And that is all true, and those portions are gone. The point that matters is the defendant's first admission to the hospital. Literally the first minutes he's in the hospital, when he's rushed to the emergency room, Dr. Mendoza is one of the team of emergency room doctors, trauma doctors, who first received the defendant. It's the first few minutes. What she's pointing to are later interactions with the defendant by other individuals. I am not contesting those.
And let me ask you, did the motion specifically say medical records?
No, it talked about any statements or records.
Okay. So Mendoza, what's Mendoza going to say about where law enforcement was when she asked him?
To be clear, I don't think anybody specifically asked her that in the deposition because it was not an issue at the time we conducted the deposition. I believe that she will say the point that matters, and I think Your Honor has already keyed onto it, this is a Fifth Amendment issue, and the Fifth Amendment is protection against the government's action, not layperson's action. If there was an allegation that HCSO had gone over to Dr. Mendoza and said, we need you to ask the defendant what happened, I would be dead in the water. I would not even stand before Your Honor and ask you.
That's good.
So I think that this is more akin to people talking on the jail phone calls. Clearly law enforcement is listening. We have the benefit of we can listen anytime we want. But I'm the state, HCSO is the state, any governmental agent is listening and can listen to a jail phone call. If the defendant was on the phone and someone called him and asked him a question and he answered, it would certainly be admissible because that's not government action asking him. If it's his brother or his cousin or his girlfriend, that is completely admissible. By the same token, if the witness was on the phone saying, you stupid SOB, why did you do this? And the defendant is not saying anything, it is my position that that would be admissible as well, particularly in a case where I believe the defense is at least headed in the direction of suggesting the defendant is not the one who committed this crime. I would point to all the questions that have to do with the accessibility to the neighborhood, whether the people could have gone through the cow pasture, whether they could have crossed the culvert, whether or not they could have taken the walking trail, all of the things that suggest that this area is accessible to lots of people who could have easily come in and gone out and committed this crime. I would also point to the questions the defense has asked repeatedly of questions of witnesses that said, well, you got blood on your hands too, and you were just rendering aid. I think that all of those questions point to potential arguments the defense may make in terms of a defense.
But what does his refusal to respond to the medical personnel, what's your theory as to what that proves?
Well, if it was a self-defense case, so one of the things I'm going to argue, I can already tell you I'm going to argue, is that from 12:30, when the victim is found, until 5:15 when the defendant is found, we have gone out of our way to point out the fact that there are multiple police officers, multiple sheriff's deputies, sitting on the roadside in what is a dark area with red and blue lights active that you could not miss. I'm also going to point out the fact that there's a bloodhound, another dog, a helicopter, multiple deputies all walking around the area, and at no point is the defendant yelling, help me, I've been attacked, help me. Nothing. Nothing a person might reasonably do if they were the victim of an attack. There's no effort to go get law enforcement help.
Okay, but tie that into the doctor asking him a question. I don't know
So
what
if
question
the
he
defendant,
asked.
if the defendant wanted to suggest he acted in self-defense, which I've not heard them say, I concede, they have not said, I would reasonably expect, just like a person would run to the police if they were the victim of an attack, when a doctor would ask them what happened, they would say, I was attacked. I was attacked and I was stabbed in the neck. Right? Or if they asked them, a person, a sort of everyday lay person would say something like, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, I was attacked. Right? I think the failure to say those things is an indication that the defendant is the culprit.
But we don't get there until and unless there's a self-defense.
I disagree. I still have to prove identity. If it was self-defense, I think it's really easy. But even if it's not self-defense, right? Again, if I go back to the example that I gave, defendant is on the jail phone call. He gets a call from some person in his life that he's talking to on the jail phone call, a girlfriend, for example, right? And the girlfriend is saying, everybody in the neighborhood said you did it. What the hell? What did you do? And he says nothing. He doesn't say, baby, I didn't do it. Maybe it wasn't me. Maybe they got it all wrong. I'm the victim. I think that that would be admissible. It is clear that law enforcement would effectively be in a position to hear it.
Do you have a case that even remotely suggests that?
I
that
do
you
not,
can
because
cite me to?
I certainly don't have a case of a defendant in a hospital, but I think that there are situations.
The jail or whatever, all those scenarios, those hypotheticals.
Well, that's
you just
just
gave
the
me.
general adoptive admission case law, where a person says something and the defendant says nothing in return, right? If you had two defendants who had robbed a bank,
I see
right.
that with
you have
law
two defendants who
enforcement.
rob a bank, they come back and they're talking to one of their girlfriends. They're like, "Yeah, me and Larry just robbed the bank," and Larry's standing right there and doesn't say anything. That's classic adoptive admission.
Judge,
Yes.
remaining silent is not an adoptive admission when you are in custody. It would be a violation of his right to remain silent for them to even hint that him remaining silent in the custody of law enforcement was somehow an admission. There's no case because it's such an axiomatic point of law. You cannot comment on the defendant's right to remain silent. You cannot have officers who are at the bedside, as reflected in the very records they're trying to use to get this in, who are refusing to leave, which indicates, obviously, that the officers the entire time are there. Because if they're refusing to leave and outright telling a doctor who's saying, I need you to go so I can find out what happened, and they're saying, I'm not leaving, he's in custody, that tells you the entire time at that hospital, he was in custody.
I don't think Mr. Diaz, you're not
I'm not contesting he's in
contesting
custody.
he's in custody.
But custodial interrogation is the standard. That's the standard. And interrogation means interrogation by the state.
Or doing anything that would be considered something that is forcing the defendant or trying to get him to speak.
At
and
the
then standing
direction
there.
of law enforcement, though. Not if law enforcement is. What if it was a cellmate that they were trying to introduce evidence that had questioned him or asked him questions and he didn't respond? What would you wouldn't object that it's a violation of his right to remain silent?
Absolutely, because
If
they're
a cellmate questioned him?
If their
No.
suggestion, yes, if their suggestion is that by not responding, he's somehow making an adoptive admission.
The Fifth
that-
Amendment applies to a questioning by a one's cellmate
It
who
depends
doesn't.
on the circumstances.
Well, yeah, at
The
the
police are
direction,
standing right
at the
outside.
direction of the government, but the Fifth Amendment it applies to government action. Can we at least start there? The Fifth Amendment applies to government action
Or any action by the police that are putting somebody
at the direction
in a
of.
position,
Absolutely, at the direction of.
or putting him in a position where his silence is somehow being indicative of their claim that it's somehow an admission. The officer's action in this case is refusing to leave when the medical doctors are saying, we need this information to treat him. He can't be held accountable for remaining silent in the presence of law enforcement when he has every right to do so, because if he doesn't, they're going to use that against him.
Well, if he's in a jail cell at the direction of law enforcement, puts him in a jail cell, and another inmate in the jail starts interrogating him, asking him questions, and he remains silent, are you telling me the Fifth Amendment would prohibit that?
If the officers are standing outside, refusing to leave, and he's somehow bleeding and trying to get help, and that cellmate is the only way to get him help, who knows? Perhaps. That's exactly what's happening here. He can't get medical treatment without those officers being there hearing everything that he said.
Do we know what the question is that the doctor
Can we
asked
just
him?
stop for a second? She just said the defendant can't get medical treatment if he doesn't answer, and Dr. Mendoza has already been deposed and said specifically, I'm asking him this so I know how to treat him. That's exactly the reason she's asking him.
What is she asking him?
She's asking him what happened. I'll try to find the deposition. Mr. Dirks may have it handy. I don't know if he has it with him. I didn't bring the deposition itself.
And he refused to say what happened, and you want to elicit that.
I want to elicit that what I believe she said, and we can find the quote if you want. She said, he looked me in the eye, I asked him, he turned, he looked away, and he never answered me. Which is why I have also clarified that the defendant could talk.
I got you on that.
And Judge, if they're asking for a revisit of this, I understand perhaps it couldn't have been anticipated that Judge Williams wouldn't be here, but you had said that would be heard in front of him because our motion to reconsider was to be heard in front of him. If they're asking to now revisit that again in front of you, I am going to ask to revisit the issue about the medical records.
Judge,
those medical records,
let her finish.
and them trying to get in the statements that there is no reliability to show that Mr. Terry said, and trying to use that as a statement for purpose of medical diagnosis and treatment is going to end up being the reversible error that sends this case back. So if they're having a revisit on a very similar issue, we should get to revisit that issue as well.
they did get to revisit it. They got to revisit it Monday morning.
And
I asked to revisit it. You told me we were going to take it to Williams. I mentioned it to Williams Monday morning. He said he didn't know anything about it. Apparently, he sensed out a conversation with you to at least tell you he's not available. I still haven't.
I haven't talked to him. I know that he did something. Well, I know that he's out.
But whatever. The point is, I haven't had my rehearing. I'm still asking to have the rehearing when Dr. Mendoza is available. It's disingenuous to say they haven't had a rehearing.
I didn't say we haven't had a rehearing.
You want to rehear?
I said they were told to have their rehearing in front of the same judge who made the ruling on the similar issue. They chose not to do that on Monday. I brought it up Monday morning because they didn't. And Judge Williams said, I hadn't heard anything about that, and counsel said, Judge, my understanding was you were going to come up and hear it with Judge Sabella when Judge Mendoza was here. They didn't ask
Dr. Mendoza.
I'm sorry, Dr. Mendoza would be here. They didn't ask for Judge Williams to hear that on Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning. Now all of a sudden they're asking you to rehear it. I'm fine if we have all of the issues about the similar items. We're talking about statements in the medical records. We're talking about statements to doctors. We're talking about the same things heard by the same judge.
As of right now, the statements in the medical records that Judge Williams has ruled twice are coming in are statements related to self-inflicted, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. There's a claimed statement in the records, despite 24 doctors and dozens of police officers saying that Mr. Terry would never answer questions when he was asked what happened. There is one statement in the medical records that gets repeated over and over and over in the records that says he says they were self-inflicted.
All right. Let me just ask Mr. Diaz, what did Judge Williams, I don't want to say I wasn't listening to you the other day, but since I said I was sending this back, I said Judge Williams can do all of it since he did it the first time, but you had indicated that Judge Williams made some representation that was something, did he rule or did he refuse to rule and say that that's something that needs to be taken up in front of me? That's what I'm unclear on. You may have said that the other day, and I just missed it.
Judge, I'm trying to find the email. I don't remember if I saved it on my computer already or if I still have it in my email, but I have the audio.
Of Judge
Williams. Okay. I asked him, and he said, you can take that up with Judge Sabella.
So he did not rule?
No.
Well, he did. He did. He made a ruling that said the statements are out, and then I said, Judge, does that apply to live testimony too?
So what made you think, because when I asked before if the motion said just medical records, and it wasn't, what made you think that his ruling, why was there the door open to ask, does that apply to live testimony too, if his ruling was regarding medical records and any statements?
Well, again, I wish I had the audio in the second play for you, and I might be able to find it if you give me a moment, but he said something to the effect of, it's unclear from the medical records. And so I wanted clarification. And if Judge Williams had said, yes, it applies to everything, no matter how it was said, then I understand that's the ruling. I have to live with it. But because he said, take it up with you, I initially tried to broach it with you. Then you said, no, it's going to be Judge Williams.
Sounds like we're passing the ball back and forth.
I got it. You made a very specific declaration that Judge Williams was going to come up here, sit in your chair, and hear the hearing. Which,
and that's because he heard all the pretrial motions.
I honestly don't care whether it's you or Judge Williams. I really don't. I mean, I just want to get an answer so I know what to plan for. Okay? So if it can be Judge Williams because he is available, then fine. I am not judge shopping.
All right, I'll check, because he was the original judge, and I will check. I do not know, as I sit here right now, the answer to that. I think it'll be a lot quicker for him because he knows what got him up to the point, and then whatever new wants to be presented, I think it's quicker. But if he's unavailable, that may be a little different. I'm not ruling on whether you can re-argue the notes. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not saying no. I don't know yet whether Judge Williams is going to be able to, I guess, rehear with additional evidence, which is the doctor's testimony, whether that meant live witnesses or just notes. So let's table that for a moment. What about the other issue? Was there another issue from the defense, or was
No,
it
they wanted a ruling, or to know if you had made a ruling on the Williams rule.
Well, I reserved, but part of my reservation was I didn't know the other part of what it was being sought to, what was the purpose. There's a list of reasons, and Mr. Diaz, you would agree, you didn't give me a reason before.
I gave you multiple reasons. I gave you multiple bases under the similar fact evidence rule for which it could be admitted. I mentioned identity, I mentioned intent, I mentioned absence of mistake, and I mentioned to rebut a defense. Now, some of those sort of overlap. For example, if the defense was the defendant was acting in the heat of passion, right, that's also sort of an intent question. If the defense was the defendant is acting in self-defense, that's also an intent question, right? So, like, it's under an umbrella, and it's difficult. I could sit here and try and hypothesize a variety of defenses that could occur. As we sit here right now, I have not heard the defense say self-defense, but of course that can change at any moment. But I'm proceeding at the moment under the fact that this is not a self-defense case, okay? If it is, I think the equation changes radically. But I think that what I've heard so far is I've heard questions suggesting the defendant is not the one who committed the crime, so identity is certainly an issue, okay? And
what were the other suggestions?
There's the absence of mistake, which is also, again, sort of tied to intent, right? If the defendant, and I don't know that he will, I'm just saying hypothetically, if the defendant tried to say something like, I never meant to slice her throat, it happened accidentally, that he was arguing, for example, for a manslaughter, that would be, I killed her accidentally, right? It was a mistake. But that is also an intent question inherently, because I'm arguing it's premeditation and they're arguing it's not premeditated, it's manslaughter, right?
And I apologize, that's what I remembered. I thought most of your argument was, if they do this, then it's for this purpose. If they do this, then it's for this purpose. But so far...
Judge, I have repeatedly, and I respect the fact, I'm not trying to in any way suggest that under any obligation to tell me what their defense is, but it is difficult to answer the question that you're asking me when I don't know what it is I'm specifically rebutting. If the defendant says it's self-defense, identity is not the issue in the case anymore, right? The defendant is saying, I did it,
but it's justified.
It's justified. That is an intent question. If the defendant says, I didn't do it, it was some other individual who came from the cow pasture.
Then identity is the issue.
Then identity is the issue. If the defendant says, it started out as a stupid argument, it escalated, and I killed her by accident, right? Then it's both an intent, and so, like, I don't know. And I am not happy to have to ask Your Honor to make a decision right now, because I imagine Your Honor would love to know whether or not the defendant's going to testify, because that might radically change your evaluation, because you might hear what he has to say.
When do you intend to use it? After we know that and they testify and in
Well,
your
Judge,
rebuttal
unfortunately,
case?
I don't think I'm going to be in that position, which is why I was trying to sort of, that's why when I started this, if you notice, I was trying to talk about scheduling, because what happens on Thursday can make a big difference. If I have the entire weekend to get people here, it's no problem. My witnesses have to come from Michigan. It's Tuesday. At my current schedule, I am looking to rest on Thursday by lunchtime. Okay? I certainly think that there is a basis on identity alone.
To put it in on your case in chief.
To put it in on my case in chief.
But a lot of those other issues would be in your rebuttal case, depending on what they do in their defense case.
Right, and so I'm just trying to get a heads up, because I don't want to get to Thursday at noon and now I'm like, Judge, what do you want me to do?
All right, so I mean, we've narrowed it down significantly. The only basis for you to legitimately argue at this point is for identity.
No, I've just said that, Judge.
But they haven't.
Judge, I still have to prove intent.
Intent, okay.
I
Intent
still
and
have to
identity.
prove intent. Like, there's 3 elements to murder. One is the victim's dead. The state and defense have stipulated. So it's only who did it and what was their intent.
Okay. Well, tell me how the previous incident proves intent. How are you going to argue if I allow the testimony of the previous Michigan incident? How does that prove intent?
Well, I think it separates the issue of manslaughter, right? That this is an intentional act, not an accident, effectively. Because again, accident and intent are kind of the same thing for this particular case. I think it also separates the notion of whether or not this is second-degree murder versus first-degree murder. The fact that the defendant has in a previous case had an argument with a girlfriend, gone to a butcher block, pulled a knife out of a butcher block, come back and intentionally stabbed his girlfriend in the throat during a domestic dispute, because that's what Michelle Rogers said. She said he went and got the knife, and the first thing he did was he came back and he stabbed me in the throat. And then the fight continued to linger. It goes outside the home. He's continued to attack her multiple times. He's stabbing her more than one time. All of these things, I think, go to premeditation. And so I do think the analysis is obviously slightly different, whether Your Honor's looking at it as an identity case, an identity situation, or whether you're looking at it as an intent versus accident mistake situation. But I think at least, I'm not suggesting it's planned. I'm not suggesting it was prepared. I don't think knowledge of the crime is an issue. Okay? It's not opportunity. We can start the list of all of the things that are listed under the rule and start crossing them out. But we're always going to have intent. We're always going to have identity. We're always going to some degree, in a murder case, have the issue of accident or mistake. And then there's always the catch-all, which thus far I've not heard a specific defense like self-defense, but there's always that one still lingering out there.
Let me ask you, though, if I let it in your case in chief, and then we find out in their case that it's a self-defense case, then wasn't I wrong for letting it in for identity and intent?
Well, no. I think intent is the opposite of self-defense. What was your intent when you did it? Did you shoot this person and kill them in self-defense? Or did you shoot this person and kill them basically unjustified? Because that's what self-defense really is. Self-defense is a question of what is in the mind of the defendant at the time that they commit the crime. Do they do it because they are in fear of the imminent threat of a forcible felony? Or do they do it because they're intending to kill someone and there's no fear that plays into it? That's an intent question. Self-defense is all day long a question of intent. The jury's going to have to ultimately decide what is in the mind of the defendant.
Judge, how do we get away from Balzort? Balzort was very clear, for the record, that 75-7-3-380, Florida 2nd District Court of Appeals case from 2011. That said, you have to not only have a strikingly similar offense, which we don't, which we went through at the Williams Rule hearing about why this case is not strikingly similar to the Michigan case. But you also have to have something unique about the two cases that somehow are like a fingerprint of the defendant. And the factual scenario in Balzort is directly analogous to the factual scenario here. There you had two domestic violence cases. The first one, the victim survived. The second one, the victim did not. You had both of them being by the same instrument, his hands, strangulation. Nothing was unique about that, and the trial court let in both of that, the evidence about both, the actual trial that was being tried and the evidence about the prior case where the victim survived, claiming it was under the guise of Williams Rule. And the Second District Court of Appeals said no and reversed it and said not only were they not strikingly similar because the first victim survived and the second didn't, but it also was nothing unique that would have allowed for those instances to be something akin to a fingerprint. There is nothing about the Michigan case here that in any way is some sort of fingerprint that proves Matthew Terry committed the case at bar. And under Balzort, that would be reversible error for the state to be able to use the Michigan case somehow to claim that we know Matthew Terry is the perpetrator here.
You make good points, and I don't want to make a mistake on this. This is a very important issue. Mr. Diaz, as to your response on Balzort and the uniqueness.
Okay, so I want you to listen to what defense said, because she's absolutely correct in what she said, but you have to listen to it carefully. It's to prove the defendant did it. That's identity, right? Not intent. Okay? I know that for identity, it has to be strikingly similar. Although I contend that there is a difference between the way Ms. Perry describes it as a fingerprint, which is unique, is not the same standard as similar. It's not identical evidence. It's similar evidence. It has to be similar, and I return to the analogy I gave you.
Okay, say it again. I remember it.
You got to turn the dial, and Your Honor's going to decide at some point the dial has been turned, whether it's 7 or 8 or whatever the number is you put, that's where it became similar. However, while I concede that the defense is correct as to what Balzort says, as I was sitting here, I opened Professor Earhart. And Professor Earhart is very kind to break up Williams Rule evidence, both for issues of intent, that, for example, starts on page 301 of the 2022 edition, is a separate section from intent, which starts on page 307.
Wait, I think you might have misspoke. I think you said intent. I think you said intent twice. I could be wrong.
Intent and then an identity. Identity starts on 301, and 307 starts intent. And if you look at intent, and I would ask Your Honor to read the case because I hate not having a case here to hand you, but I do not, you will see that Professor Earhart writes that evidence is admissible under section 90.402 sub 2 when it is probative to show intent, which generally is an ultimate issue in the case. Offering the evidence to prove intent is similar to offering it for some other permissible Williams Rule purposes, such as motive and plan, which form the basis of inferring intent. If the collateral acts are relevant to show intent, they are admissible even though they are not similar.
What case is it citing?
Well, so that's footnote number 3. And if you go into footnote number 3, and I was here reading all the cases, you come to Vincent versus State, 885, Southern 2nd, 963, and then it quotes to pages 965 through 966. It's a Florida 3rd DCA case out of 2004. The summary written by Professor Earhart is, where the defendant was charged with the stabbing death of her boyfriend, no abuse of discretion to admit evidence that the defendant had stabbed a previous boyfriend to prove that the stabbing was intentional and not occurred as a result of the victim accidentally stabbing himself as claimed by the defendant. Now, I get it. In that case, the defendant has made a specific accusation that the victim stabbed himself. However, when you read the case of Vincent, the court does an analysis. The defense contends that the evidence of the stabbing of Junior Charles was not similar enough to the charged crime to justify its introduction into evidence. The state replies, and we agree that there were multiple points of similarity between the prior stabbing and the current stabbing. The relationship between the defendant and the victim was the same, girlfriend and boyfriend. Each incident occurred in the home. Each incident occurred during a domestic argument, and each incident involved a knife. Both victims were stabbed in exactly the same location, which in this case was the chest, not the neck. That's 5. They also say in both incidents there was a completed act of stabbing. That's 6. And in both incidents the defendant was remorseful after the stabbing. And I concede I don't have that. Okay? But that's 6 things out of 7 that they listed that are exactly the same here. It's a boyfriend-girlfriend situation. It's a domestic situation. It starts in a home. It involves a knife. It is a stabbing in exactly the same place. And it's a completed act of a stabbing.
Okay, that's why each of you are such good attorneys. I hear Miss Perry cite Balsworth, and I say, wow, she's got a really good point. Then you cite Vincent, and I say, wow, he's got a really good point. But I made you respond to her Balsworth. You responded to it with Earhart and Vincent.
And
let me hear Miss Perry respond to Vincent.
And just so your Honor is aware, Balsworth is cited by Professor Earhart. Balsworth is cited in the identity section. He's not cited when we get to the intent section.
I got you.
Can I have the sites?
To Vincent?
Yes.
Sure.
885 Southern 2nd, 993, is that correct?
Vincent was, sorry, give me 1 second. Let me find it again. 885 Southern 2nd, 963.
Oops. Dyslexic.
I did the same thing with Bowsword. It's 830, not 380.
Uh-oh. Did I write that down? Well, I have Balsworth. I have all. I'm gonna read these cases tonight. So, but I want to hear your response. But you know what? Go ahead. You want to take? I'm gonna rule in the morning, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Your Honor.
I want to read Vincent.
I was just going to ask you to give me a ruling on Wednesday morning. That would give me time to get people here from Thursday if it's on.
That's my intention. I will rule tomorrow morning before 9 o'clock. I will give Ms. Perry an opportunity to review Vincent and to make a last argument on the difference between identity and intent and distinguish Vincent. Miss Bradley, you have something?
Judge, just as far as we're getting into the area of intent, obviously it's a different ball game if there's some kind of self-defense claim or an affirmative accident type of claim or things of that nature. You know, a lot of the case law that Mr. Diaz is bringing up is someone who is saying that something happened and it was an accident.
But intent is in the elements of first-degree murder.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's a differentiation between those two things.
Two different types of intent?
I'm saying there's a difference between having to prove premeditation and having to negate an accident. That is two different things when you're looking at the case law, because that's where you're starting the slippery slope. As you're talking about turning a dial, it's turning a dial to using this evidence for nothing more than propensity.
I hear you,
and
but
that's where that becomes very important.
Understand, but as you stand here, because I don't know the facts of Vincent, what the other than it was a girlfriend, boyfriend, but do you know whether it was a self-defense claim in Vincent?
No, I don't, but I know that Mr. Diaz talked about the defendant saying it was an accident.
That's correct. She claimed it was an accident. She claimed that the defendant walked into the knife.
That's saying I did it and it was an accident. That's very different than having to prove premeditation.
Okay.
And I don't mean to throw a third voice into this from the defense.
But you are.
Yes, I am. If in a theft case, every time there was a prior, is that to say that the state has to prove intent in practically every crime? Right? Practically every crime requires some intent element. Is that to say that somebody's charged with a second theft and they don't give any defense at all, that the state can bring in Williams' role on that prior theft?
And because it was a very, very similar theft, then maybe.
Aren't they all? I mean, if it's just shoplifting, are they able to bring in Williams Rule just because somebody's committed theft before? That's not the purpose of the rule. Intent necessarily requires there to be some sort of theory of defense that the state is resting on that causes that intent to be relevant.
It would have to be similar facts.
It has to be relevant.
Not just similar crimes.
I believe that the proper term is strikingly similar. And so also the other problem that we run into here is that we had filed a motion to strike the state's notice, and we had fought to keep this evidence out. And all of that was denied, and I think the court reserved ruling. And we have not voir dired this jury on Williams Rule. We have not even brought that prospect up because of the fact that we don't want to prejudice Mr. Terry, and we don't know how this jury would have viewed any sort of evidence of a prior act in its case in chief. Now, the jury doesn't know that Mr. Terry has a prior violent felony, but if, in order to determine whether or not this jury would have been predisposed to finding him guilty if there had been Williams Rule information introduced, and we could have crossed that bridge with the jury. We could have brought up that topic. We haven't done that.
You knew it was a possibility.
Well, exactly. But that's the problem with reserving ruling on Williams Rule. That's the problem. And we had asked for a ruling. And they have not established relevance. In other words, what they're doing is they're taking relevance day by day. The notice should give the defense some idea of what the relevance is. In other words, before we pick a jury, the state has practically rested its case. And we still don't know the court's position on Williams Rule, which means the state still has no idea what the relevance is. They can't establish relevance except for the fact that it's strikingly similar. They don't know what our defense is. We're not obligated to tell them. Mr. Terry hasn't given a statement to the police, which would give them some idea of what his frame of mind might be in terms of his own defense. Nothing. Zero.
Well, I think that their position now is that it's relevant to prove intent. Is that correct?
Intent and identity and accident or mistake, but again, I think accident or mistake go to intent at the end of the day.
Let's talk about what intent is then. You are trying to make the argument that basically anytime you have a domestic with any partner, that shows an intent later to somehow batter a different partner under different circumstances for a different argument just because you had a prior domestic. That means
different circumstances. It's same circumstances, jealousy, same weapon, knife, same so strikingly similar facts.
There are not strikingly similar
Who gets to decide that?
You do, but we
All
had
right,
a
well,
hearing where a list of differences was outlined for the court. It's not just similar, it's strikingly similar. And the striking similarity doesn't exist here. We have somebody who specifically, frankly, is mentioned in Balzort as being a main difference, and that is Michelle Rogers, who survived. Balzort talks about that fact alone making the two cases not strikingly similar.
You would agree, though, that the same strikingly similar test would be the one that the Vincent court used, maybe for a different reason, for intent in not walking into the knife, but they still had to satisfy the strikingly similar in Vincent, correct? I haven't read, and here's the thing. We're wasting a lot of time here because I haven't read it, okay? I will be much better prepared tomorrow when I read Vincent and I come in, and I'm not telling you I'm going to come in with an opinion, made up. I'm going to give you the opportunity because although you've looked at Vincent and you've made some good arguments as possible distinctions on Vincent and looking at the differences in types of intent, I will allow you to be heard in the morning. But it's a waste right now because I haven't read Vincent. So let's do that in the morning. We'll come in at 8:45. I know that I told the jury 9, but if it takes a little longer and we have to, actually let's make it 8:30 for us in here. We can.
Very quickly, I apologize. There was no allegation of jealousy in the Michelle Rogers case.
That was a argument after drinking. You may recall we going to multiple bars. You may also recall that Ms. Rogers, when she testified, indicated that she couldn't even remember what started the argument.
I addressed this issue in the original Williams Rule motion. I conceded that this was the state's position, that it was a case of jealousy here, and that he did not say he was jealous in the other case, but I went to great pains to point out to the court that ultimately what the issue is, it's insecurity in the relationship. The defendant said, "You don't love me." It was the insecurity.
Okay. I misspoke. I apologize. All right. So, 2 issues for tomorrow morning.
Well, and I'd like to at some point confirm with Your Honor what I started with, which was for you to agree that I can leave my last 2 witnesses for Thursday.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because Ms. Troutman and Ms. Cox, I think, will be long, and I don't want them sitting out here and then we can't get to them on Wednesday afternoon.
Absolutely. Well, let me ask you this. Depending on how I rule tomorrow morning, when can you get those other witnesses here from Michigan?
Well, if you tell me tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I'm going to call them immediately, and I'm going to try and put them on a plane the same day to have them here for Thursday morning. So,
And is it the 2 that testified?
I will bring the victim and the detective. That's who I will bring. And they are standing by. I spoke to them on Monday night because I'm sure they're going to call me again tonight because the victim has a child, and so I need to give her advance notice. Hey, you got to get your child to your friend so you can come down.
All right. Well, I'll make a decision in the morning. No question about that.
Just scheduling wise, we went through 12 witnesses today. They're suggesting we're only going to go through 7 tomorrow. I don't know.
If we
how
break
long-
early, we break early. If they're
Well,
going to
that's-
finish on Thursday.
That's why I brought it up, because I was trying to point out I don't really know, since I cannot predict what the defense will do, and they're certainly not under any obligation to tell me, but I don't know how long the medical examiner, the actual autopsy doctor will be. I don't know how contested Dr. Devers will be. I don't know how long Robert Durr and Brandon Douglas will
And
be.
they're all tomorrow.
And they're all tomorrow. And then there's the lead detective, and I can still bring Detective Watson. And so
I
don't-
assure you it'll take up a majority of the day tomorrow.
Plus, we still
I
have
don't see us break in at 3 o'clock tomorrow or before. I know you may not have a whole lot across, but we'll see.
I mean, if we burn through 6 out of 7 witnesses at noon, I will call Ms. Troutman and tell her to come down. I will do that. I just don't think that we are going to be.
I mean, I'm flexible with you all too. If they finish up, I'm not going to, penalize you because you don't have a witness here. I'm very flexible. Very flexible.
No, I'm concerned that we would actually get through all 9 that are left tomorrow if they had them here. Because that's why I said 7 when we went through 12 today. We are probably in a position, I would think, but that has to be something they decide based on what they're doing with their directs. But I think we are probably in a position where the witnesses would be done tomorrow. Just looking at how we went through today.
Well, but doesn't it depend on? I mean, they might add 2 witnesses.
Well,
I mean, I'm not. There might be. That's a possibility that's on the table. I understand they want to do Cox and Troutman last, but can you do them before?
I cannot do Anna Cox before Alyssa Troutman because she needs the DNA evidence.
No. Before the 2 from Michigan.
Oh, if the 2 from Michigan comes, I would put them on. So again, that's why I'm trying to be as upfront as possible. My intention is to do everyone that's left except for Anna Cox and Alyssa Troutman on Thursday morning. If Your Honor allows the Williams rule evidence, I guess I could do it out of order, although I would prefer to do Ms. Troutman.
But they won't be here tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, no. They would be Thursday morning, which is why I'm saying I wasn't in a rush. Well, first off, setting aside the Williams rule evidence, I was going to do Troutman and Cox tomorrow because I have concerns that we cannot get to both of them before the end of Wednesday. I think that by the time we do Dr. Devers, Dr. Perkins, Brandon Douglas, Robert Durr.
Is it possible to have them on standby? I think what Ms. Perry is suggesting that if we fly through witnesses, we may be in a position to get to do Troutman and Cox tomorrow.
Yes, I can,
late afternoon.
I can have Ms. Troutman standing by, and if we have magically flown through 5 witnesses by lunchtime, then I'll tell her to be ready.
Let's do that. Let's do that just in an abundance of caution. And I think what I'm also hearing you say is that if on tomorrow morning I'm to say the Williams rule witnesses can testify, that they could testify Thursday morning. They could fly in.
I'm just asking for at least 24 hours to get them in here.
But it's all right putting them on after Trotman and Cox.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not particular about the order. I just need enough time to get them here.
All right, tomorrow morning, 8:30. I'm going to read Vincent, and I'll give the defense an opportunity to respond on the Williams rule issue, and then I'll rule on the other issue as well. Let you know. Anything else?
Not from the defense.
All right. Well, and look, it's 5 o'clock, so anyone who's here who hasn't voted should have plenty of time to get to the polls. Was there anything else from the state?
The only thing that I have is my view of the experts that are coming tomorrow. We're not going to be flying through them like we did.
Okay. Well, we'll see at noon. We'll see at noon. We'll have the opportunity to make a call midday.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a nice evening.